intentional connections to the Caribbean through global culture, commerce, and trade. And as leaders, industry leaders, African descent, Dora, Cameroon, I'm Liberian. Our goal is to make sure we bridge this gap where trade, commerce, and local impact is at the core, and being able to make sure we forge these amazing partnerships for success to enforce that there's a mutual beneficial relationship through knowledge transfer, sustainable economic development. So this is the Continental Collective.
Thank you for that, Borku.
And Banner has to catch a flight. So thank you, everybody. We appreciate your time. Please connect with us, continentalcollective.global. Did you have a last parting word?
Yeah, the last thing I would say is that there's a lot of risk and investment, right? It doesn't matter if it's $5, if it's 500 million. The last piece on the gap, the gap concept, is that we have to figure out a way of building trust within each other. It's hard. We're, 17, 25 hours flight away, thousands of miles. So when people, the internet has closed that gap, but we have to travel, we have to interact. I met this brother a while back, and I went and supported his Afrofuture. I've seen it. Once I realized that he's putting in a certain amount of work, you start to circle people around him so that he can become the best promoter of what he does. And then vice versa, when Africans on the continent come to America, they connect with people here so they get to move around and connect. So we got to start also building that trust with each other. And it's not easy. There's a lot of oil salesmen within our communities, but if we get into that space of trust, we'll get very high. Grammy music.
Please give a warm round of applause. All right, so we're going to be going into our next segment, which is the lightning talk. And our next guest is a force to be reckoned with. He goes by the name of Bola Ransom. He is a property investor, a coach, and a mentor. Just a little bit about his extensive resume. Starting with only $25,000, he was able to build a personal portfolio of over $25 million. Also, within the last 25 years, he was able to trade over $100 million worth of real estate. Please give our ransoms to the stage.
Good afternoon. How are we feeling? I am so excited to be here today. Extremely excited to be here today. Wow. Amongst you guys, visionaries, creatives, entrepreneurs, and just amazing people. This is a personal moment for me. It's a very personal moment for me because I wasn't born in Nigeria. I wasn't born in Ghana. I was born in England, London, England to be precise. But I'm a Nigerian. I'm a Nigerian at heart. I'm a Nigerian by desire, by blood. That's me. I'm here today because two brave people, my parents, made a decision in the 1960s that changed everything for me personally. Let me talk about that journey. 60 years ago approximately, My parents came over here, as I say. Well, sorry, not to here. They came over to England from Nigeria. They had it hard, as I'm sure you guys understand. They had it very, very hard. My mum, working 2 jobs, grafting. I hardly saw her. My dad, minicab driver, running the cold streets of London, driving, freezing. It was really, really tough for us. But these are all things that my parents did to lay the foundation, to make sure that me, my brother, and my 2 sisters had food on the table and had the lights on. Sadly, my father passed away about 10 years ago. But everything I do today, every door that opens for me, and every opportunity that I create for other people is a direct result of the foundation that my parents laid out before me. So let's talk a little bit about what I do. For the last 25 years, thank you. Sorry. Cool. For the last 25 years, I've been sourcing property deals, kept very simply. What I do is I go out and find deals that nobody else can get, deals that nobody else can see, deals that the general public just don't know about. They don't make it to websites and whatnot. I use my connections to reach out and connect with those deals. Typically, the deals that I secure are well below market value, typically 10 to 25% below market value. Essentially, what I do is I create wealth for myself and for the investors that invest with me. What I also do is create opportunity for others to collaborate. Life hasn't always been easy for me either, though. I've had my tough share of challenges, just like my parents before me. Many that's led me to where I am today. I'll give you one example. I remember back in 2007, I was really excited. I was quite new in my journey. I had just secured 80 flats, 80 residential properties in the UK. Super excited. I had this great idea to flip them. So what I did is I went and secured those properties. I paid a deposit, exchanged contracts, locked the deal down and secured it. I then turned to some private individuals, some investors. I agreed for those buyers, those investors, to buy the properties from me at discount. Perfect, I'm thinking. Those buyers went and got mortgages. They arranged finance. I'm thinking, this is amazing. By this time, I'm sitting back thinking, wow, 80 properties, buyers secured. When those units complete, I'm going to exit and make a really handsome amount of money. But who remembers what happened in 2007? Anyone remember? Financial crisis. I could not have seen that one coming. Mortgage lenders literally stopped lending. That meant that the buyers could not complete with me, and that meant that I couldn't complete the transaction with the developers. Ladies and gents, let me tell you, I had to walk away from a lot of money, nearly £1 million. I was a broken man. I was on the floor. I was distressed. But I learned a hell of a lot of lessons. I learned lessons about de-risking deals. I learned lessons about structuring deals in the right way. I learned lessons about minimizing risk, avoiding off-plan speculation, because essentially that's what I was doing. I was speculating. But probably most importantly, I learned to be resilient. I learned to be disciplined. And it gave me a lot more wisdom about how to approach property deals. All that wisdom is something I bring to the fore today in what I do in business. So let's talk about my achievements. I built a £25 million property portfolio from a £25,000 standing start. Thank you. I've transacted over £100 million worth of property deals. I've structured over 213 block purchase deals, essentially deals which involve multiple units. And one of the ones I'm very proud about is I've helped 1,704 people create wealth in property. That makes me really proud. People just like you guys. I've also created 76 millionaires. So let's talk about the opportunities today. I've recently formed a new property fund, KAX1 Property Fund. And what we do is essentially we target 3 territories. We target London, England, Accra in Ghana, and Lagos, Nigeria. Those are our 3 main territories. Why those territories? London, one of the most transparent, one of the most mature, one of the most resilient markets. Ghana, booming at the moment with the middle class. Huge opportunities arising. Nigeria, fast-growing economy, powerful sector. These are 3 areas that we're targeting through our investment fund. As I said, I've transacted over £100 million worth of property deals. This is just a few of them over the last 20 years. UK is my bread and butter. It's a market I know like no other. In Accra, we've already secured 4 prime sites, very close to airport residential area. Already secured. We're going to be developing some amazing residential developments on them. And in Lagos, my team are on the ground right now negotiating some amazing discounted purchases on land there. Really, really exciting business. So how do you create wealth in property? Let me tell you, what you don't do is just buy a property and just hope it appreciates in value. That's not how wealth is created. A key ingredient, if I'm to be honest, is access. It's having access to opportunities. It's having access to deals. Having the ability to buy properties below market value, up to 25% below market value. The ability to secure discounts and acquire properties at the right price. These things aren't easy to do, but through our new property fund, you guys can do that too. You can invest with us. You can leverage my 25 years of experience to invest and succeed in property. So let me tell you about an offer I'm making today. I don't really make an offer on stage, but I'm going to tell you about an offer I'm making today. If you guys are interested, sign up to the KAX1 Property Fund, and what you will get is a 10 to 15% return on the money you invest. You'll also get to co-invest with me on some of the exciting projects, like the ones I had on screen just a short moment ago. You'll also become my new partners, and probably most importantly, you get the opportunity to shape tomorrow's world. If you're interested, I've got a barcode on screen right now. Scan that barcode. That will take you to a very short form. Complete the form. Our team will be in contact. We'll speak to you on the phone, and we'll tell you how we can get you onboarded. My parents came over here, as I say, 60 years ago, with hope, with a dream, with an idea. Today, I stand here on this stage. We are here in this room. We, ladies and gents, are the future. It's up to us to make that next step, to make change. We are the globalists. We are not part of tomorrow's world. We are tomorrow's world. Ladies and gents, thank you very much for having me. AFRICON, have a wonderful day.
The next panel will begin in 2 minutes, and it's one you don't want to miss. Kindly find your seats as the next panel will begin in 1 minute. Yes. All right. We are all back and ready for the next panel at play. What do we have next, Mo?
We have the culture, control, and commerce, navigating the global music economy.
And you guys are in for a treat. Some big names. If you're from Nigeria, if you're from the South Africa, East Africa, you'll know some of these names. First, we have Miss Mankaper, who is the staff writer of Rolling Stone. Please make some noise for her as she comes to the stage.
And then we're gonna have DJ Obi joining her.
Tell us about DJ Obi. I know when you go to Nigeria on Monday nights, what do they have?
CEO and co-founder of Obi's House.
Obi's House. Make some noise for DJ Obi. Next up, the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Tumabasa, the director of music culture from YouTube. Make some noise for Tumabasa.
And then we're gonna have Camilo Dorigos, who is the founder of DC Talent Agency.
No, Miss.
Is it not?
He's actually not with us today. He's here with us in spirit. But we are going to announce Mrs. Ni Osidepe, head of Africa for United Masters. Make some noise
Please
for
give
her.
a warm welcome.
I love that. All right, so we're going to pass it over to you, Mankaper, to get us started for this lovely panel.
Yeah.
When did you get married? Yeah.
Hello, folks. Can y'all hear me okay? Perfect. How's everybody doing this morning? This afternoon. It's great to see y'all here to celebrate African culture and business and enterprise. My name is Mankaper Kante. I am a staff writer at Rolling Stone, where I run our Made in Africa monthly column, celebrating creativity across the diaspora. I have the pleasure of having written Rolling Stone's first African cover on Rema. Thanks, y'all.
Yeah.
And right after we celebrated that cover at South by Southwest, where Rema put on an amazing show for our showcase, one of our panelists, DJ Obi, threw one of the best parties I've ever been to. I've had the pleasure of interacting with the work of all the folks here. Tuma, as y'all might know, as the Black music lead at YouTube, has connected the diaspora to incredible resources and community building. We've met up in Jamaica, seen his work in Ghana. And Ni is the head of Africa for United Masters, which is doing incredible work with developing artists out of the continent and also stars as big as Davido. So I will let our speakers here give their own brief introduction, and please don't be afraid to flex and let folks know the accomplishments that you're proud of in your industries. So DJ Obi, will you give us a little bit more about yourself?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is DJ Obi, straight from Lagos, Nigeria, off the plane. I've done a lot. I've been DJing, starting in Boston in 2005. I moved back to Nigeria in 2012, and I've been able to create a culture shifter called Obi's House. Before Obi's House, I broke a world record for the longest DJ set. 10 days straight, no sleep. Yeah. I've worked with a lot of artists, traveled with a lot of them, and done my bit in taking Afrobeats to the rest of the world. So that's Obi.
I'm Tumabasa. I was born in the Democratic Republic of Congo. I'm originally from Rwanda. I grew up in Iowa and Zimbabwe. I've been in the music business getting a paycheck for about 28, 29 years now. I'm at YouTube, currently at YouTube, but my background is actually music curation is my actual background and everything. So yeah, that's me, yeah. Woo, yeah.
Put it on.
Anyone here? Oh, hi. Awesome. I'm Nee Oshidikwe, head of Africa for United Masters. I was born in the US actually, but I am fully 100% Nigerian. I would say that my background has been talent development, the less sexy part of the music business, helping artists grow at a pace that is sustainable and helping them become the best of themselves. I'm more on the artist side and now on the independent distribution side of the business, where we're not waiting for international cosigns, but we're able to run our businesses ourselves. So yeah, that's what I do. This is me.
It's an honor to be on this stage with all of you today. And one of the things that we had kind of kicked around just via email as we were getting to know each other is like, what this panel, what we want folks to take away from it, what we really want to talk about and get deep into here. And so to Nee's point, one of the things that we're interested in thinking about is creative independence and how that relates to institutional support, the power and the perils of digital platforms. One of the beautiful things, I think even about this conference is that, you know, technology has made the world so much smaller and made us all so much closer to each other. But as the panel before this one was pointing out, who controls those resources, and how does it influence how we connect in ways that we might even feel a bit divided? We want to talk about cultural influence, not only what becomes hot and why, but why it matters what we platform and elevate. Sustainability in the global music industry, especially for African artists and creatives, and what's come before us in our work in music and entertainment, and what comes next. The first thing that I want to ask to kick things off is around some like sort of chatter we've been seeing online, right? If y'all remember, maybe about a month ago, folks were like, ooh, Tyla has fallen off because she did these numbers, right? And there were a lot of opinions about what those numbers actually meant. In the recent days, if anybody has caught wind of the Coachella lineup, there are very few African artists on it this year after folks like Thames and Uncle Waffles and Tyla have broken ground in that space. But if you look at reports out of the global bodies that monitor the recording industry, year over year for the past few years, Sub-Saharan Africa has been the region in the recording industry to see the most growth, the most potential. And so it seems like some of the information and the messages that are out there aren't necessarily lining up. So as folks in the industry, what is your take, both opinion and fact, about the state of African music right now? Is there a decline? Should we be worried?
You want me to? Oh. We shouldn't be worried, but we should be focused. You're right, the growth is happening. I have a 4-year-old son, and he's grown a lot, but he's nowhere near my height. So Africa is second to Latin America in terms of growth year over year, according to the IFPI last year. However, in comparison to the total, in comparison to even Scandinavian countries, when you combine, is long in terms of revenue, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of, I think there's a long ways to go. So no, there shouldn't be any concern, right? And a big part of what you're talking about with Tyla and stuff, I had the deepest conversation with the podcaster he said some stuff, and I had to call him. I was like, that's dangerous. Things are tough right now for the whole world. So we've seen it in American society where people are afraid of being replaced. You know what I mean? Insecurities. So I think that rise, that growth was a surprise to a lot of people, right? And now that things are getting tighter, you see what I'm saying? Those type of narratives is easier to put out there because it's self-soothing. You see what I'm saying? Because it's tough right now. It's very tough right now, like in terms of music and et cetera, and growth. And then there's all these disruptors like AI. So the Tyla thing, that narrative, I think it was people who wanted, and it's not out of malice. It's out of some kind of psychological self. You know what I mean? Defense. So what happens? So yes, the growth is there. There's no worry because Africa's never, like, I think it was 100 million last year. It was 110 million. Africa's never had that level of revenue before. So in comparison to ourselves, boom, in comparison to others, is my 4-year-old. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Tuma. Yeah, DJ Obi, did you have a thought?
Yeah, I was gonna add to that. I mean, it's not a bad thing that we're where we're at. Like he said, there's a lot of promise for African music and African artists. But one of the things we want to learn from the Tyler situation is trying to make it feel very organic so that there's longevity. You feel me? Like so it doesn't feel like a machine that's pushing and shoving it in our faces. If and when African artists do want to cross over, I think there needs to be some kind of plan to it. Even if it's going to be organic, let there be a strategy to stretch it out. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Nee, did you have any thoughts here?
Yeah, I think the Tyler situation, a lot of it is manufactured and not real. I think it's also very cruel. And I think that this thing that artists are being held to the idea that because they have some kind of viral success, they have to maintain that. The first year that Tyler broke out, she had to do Coachella. She ended up not going. She went a year after. We have to catch up to the weight of our growth. We can't force things. Allow artists grow. I think it's so unfair to expect her to have, I don't know who gave that quote a long time ago about putting a gun to your head twice, expecting you to win the lottery the second time. That's what virality is.
Wow.
I think it's really, especially for Africa, we have to defend ourselves and protect ourselves from this ideation that because you have made it to a certain degree, then you should know how to do press. She has not had the ability to be Tyler, to step into the shoes of her greatness. So I think we need to protect ourselves. And we need to protect her, and we have to allow her be all she can be with all the lessons of becoming Beyonce wasn't built in a day. Tyler should not be built in a year. That's my opinion on
Yeah,
that.
That is a
amen.
bar.
Yeah.
Tuma, response to that.
No, I was amening. Yeah.
But I think to that point, and also to what you raised in your earlier remarks, Tuma, it does feel like a bit of an insecure time in just many sectors of life around the world. I think particularly in music, I'm curious from your respective areas of expertise, where are there challenges or factors that are potentially stifling growth? And I think another reason I want to think about this also is to be solution oriented. So also if there are challenges that have taken place in the past and you know someone who's come up with like a brilliant solution to them, I'd love to hear about that too.
Can I answer, Obi? It's okay.
I'll jump in. Some of those challenges, from my point of view, is the fact that every artist is trying to work hard to be the only one. They cannot be the only one. There's so many people, when it comes to talent and passion, everybody can be great at it. And I feel like everyone trying to become the one is great that you want to figure out who the best person is, but I feel like, that narrative has also caused more trouble and more harm than good in encouraging people to do their work. It's created a lot of, we call beef and all of that. And for me, as African, beef doesn't work for our entertainment industry, doesn't work for our music industry. So I would want a situation where African artists, Nigerian artists, whoever it is, coming into the music scene needs to understand that they need to be best and the greatest at what they do and being themselves, because there's a great identity crisis when it comes to the fact that, artists want to go into the studio and come out being the only one that did whatever it is they're doing. And also overexposure, which ties into what we're talking about with Tyler. There needs to be a strategy, there needs to be a plan that lets you know that you can first conquer and become great back at home or the home front first before shooting across the Atlantic to become, the best import, export, whatever it is from your country. I think that we should, work on a strategy where we can be great, like a Don Jazzy strategy, if I want to call it, where we can be kings at home and be comfortable at home first, and even figure out a way where the world can come to us before we go to them. Yeah.
So my answer is we need to focus on the boring stuff, right? I like to eat my dessert first. I love eating dessert first. right? I'm a procrastinator, right? And I feel like Africa music right now, the last few years, has been eating its dessert and doing the fun stuff. But when you actually hit the ground in terms of venues, in terms of infrastructure, like payment infrastructure, you know, in terms of things like for us, we have to deal with things like monetization. So currency fluctuation. So even if something's popping in Nigeria, and you have all those people, when the final numbers come, it's going to be translated in U.S. dollars and things. So it's not a criticism or anything like that. It's just more of like a recommendation for the strategy going forward. Is we pay attention or we start working as we go along on the boring stuff, building the infrastructure or getting the people who will do that boring stuff.
I'm going to hold on to that because I have
Okay.
a question around those lines, but I would love to hear Neil's
Yeah, because
thought here,
partying
too.
and performing is fun. I like that's the music. That's the fun.
The process, the journey,
but it's the dessert.
right.
Speaking of dessert, I'm talking to my therapist about delayed gratification.
We love therapy.
So when I eat rice and stew, we eat the rice and the stew first, and then we eat our meat after. That's how we do it in Nigeria, right? I don't know how it works in other African cultures, but our meat kind of goes last. Obi, am I lying?
Very correct.
Right, so I think we already understand delayed gratification in Nigeria, right? If you have, maybe the English terms, you have a box of celebrations, right? You eat everything else, and then you leave bounty in the pack. And then at the end, you eat the bounty chocolate, right? I think that we need to go back to that, and to Tuma's point, in terms of building infrastructure and solutions that actually work for African artists. I'll talk about my business very quickly. We are piloting something at United Masters called real-time royalties. And real-time royalties is primed for international markets. You talk about the FX issues, how artists get to make their money. The Nigerian government put in an embargo on the bank saying you cannot do international payments and stuff. Artists do 10,000 streams and they make maybe $20, $30. That $20, $30 matters to us Africans than, I mean, that could buy McDonald's in America, but in Nigeria, that could feed you for, you know, a decent amount of time. So that is the solution infrastructurally. This is the unsexy stuff. This is the delayed gratification stuff that we end up building so that the business is sustainable over a long period of time. So that's what I think is really sexy. And then to also add that people that I admire in things of what they're doing, I really love what the Spotify Africa team is doing. They're an incredible team. I shouldn't be saying this, I should be
No, it's
agnostic.
okay.
But yeah.
It's run by a Rwandese woman.
Okay, well,
she's from Rwanda.
but I love what they're doing. You know, very grassroots approach to streaming. You know, and I should mention their names. Victor will go into a hair salon when he's getting his locks twisted, and they're playing a Spotify that's not paid. I'm like, no, you can go premium, and these are the playlists you should kind of listen to. That for me is such a very grassroots approach to a big business. Salons, restaurants, now they actually share their playlists. You go to restaurants and they're a fan of Simi, and they play Simi's catalog the whole time. That's the reason why, that for me is the journey to sustainability and the people who are doing amazing things. My company and that team, the end.
Yeah, and I mean, to that point, right, I'm very interested in, like Tuma and like you were all saying, there's some unglamorous work that needs to be done in order to make this thing thrive. And so in building like this revenue system, in building community across the globe, in building one of the hottest parties like truly in the world, like what is the boring day-to-day work that has made you each successful in those areas?
So for me, there's a lot of boring work behind putting Obi's house together that a lot of people don't see. Consistency is the boring work. So, you know, when you start something, you got to keep up with it. People like it, you have to keep doing it till you master it. And what's going to happen from that consistency is you're going to open the door or break the ceiling for a new level. And you have to keep doing that first thing that broke the ceiling in addition to whatever is going to keep you leveling up to another level. So stuff like the setup, you know, like he said, the monetization, talking to sponsors, trying to figure out, you know, people are trying to figure out, well, why should I sponsor a party if we're talking to a bank? And it's like,
that's your direct market, all the bank accounts you can open and all the people you can sell your products to in a conducive environment where they can actually pay attention. You know, putting the event together, putting the DJs together, doing all the social media work, creating a team that can also keep up with your consistency. It's a lot of boring stuff going. It's a lot of long conversations as well to, you know, talking to the venue, trying to keep relationships alive. You know, it's a lot of stuff, and all of that people don't see except for the YouTube where they go online or when they come to experience the event. But those are the things that keep going and that keep us thriving even outside of Nigeria. So it's the habits that you create, it's the relationships that you keep, it's the consistency that you have to keep pushing and pushing and not forgetting where you came from, not forgetting what got you there. You have to keep doing everything in addition to the new levels you have to keep conquering as you grow.
And just as a follow-up to that, I think that, and no matter what you're doing in your life, like having a routine, having consistency, like having a program can so often be keys to success, but it can be very difficult to do. How did you do that for your business?
It's motivation. I just had to keep going. At a time in my life where the DJ industry in Nigeria, I wouldn't say was on a decline, but was shaky because we started in COVID. And at the time, we didn't know what was going to happen with our industry. You know what I mean? So thank God for like Instagram Lives and the tools like that that helped us with exposure. We were able to put it out there. As a business, creating a team for me is very important and very essential. I started by myself, but at some point I couldn't do everything. So it takes a lot to let go of your baby and like have other people play with your child. As a mother, you're not gonna let everybody come in. So you have to have some type of level of discernment in picking the right team that will understand your work ethics, your level of passion with you, and are ready to commit to consistency as much as you are. That's what worked for me.
Well, for me, it's more of the translation. Everyone in this room is in a unique position that you have exposure in immersion in Western culture, American culture, UK, and we also at home, right? So answering the same question over and over again, right? Speaking to someone who's at a very low information level when it comes to Africa or African music, the patience and the tools to translate and to explain without talking down on them, without looking down on them, is basically just the same way if a Jehovah's Witness or an Adventist missionary or a Catholic priest is trying to evangelize, is be willing to be that boundary spanner, the person, even if it's not your job, because you're blessed with that two-sided exposure. And that takes things a long ways. If I can explain to the people who I have to get consensus from that, oh, we need to get DJ Obi, right? And we need to put these resources. I need to explain, I need to have the thing, and I can't, like, again, like these guys, they don't get it. I cannot do that. Cannot afford to do that. And I've seen somebody. Davido is really good at interviews where you see him answering the most basic question, right? For a basic audience, I think he's done a good job. When I watch his interviews, he doesn't look like, oh man, you're asking me again? Is it Afrobeat with the S or without an S? Like, no, he literally will, you know what I mean? Happily, I've seen him many times when I watch his interviews. And you know that he's been asked all these questions a million times, or the other person is ignorant. Yeah.
But it's gonna take a while to explain it and keep going, and like you said, talking about the same thing till they get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be new people every time, and it's 1 + 1. For us, it's so, like, basic, but it's not basic for thing. And you have to treat each one like a convert, like every single one. Doesn't matter what you know what I mean? Even if they're ignorant, they might be even racist. You know what I mean? Maybe they're racist. They're like, okay, this is the chance for them to enjoy something and understand us better.
And I will say, since Nii brought up therapists earlier, one of the things that I've been working on with my lady, right, is being able to reframe things with gratitude. And one of the things I think when you have to explain the same thing over and over again, like I especially experienced this as a journalist, like trying to understand a subject, I think it shows how deep your expertise is, and you level up on your expertise because you're like, okay, I have this basic understanding of this concept, but what's next? And so even though I think that work can be daunting, it also, like, it's an area where you get to really cement yourself in like why you're in the rooms
But
you're in.
Bankapur, but for us as Africans, we have an uphill because people already think bad things or what they've been taught when they were kids or footage they saw, you know what I mean, many years ago. It's in their brain, and so there's even a little bit of fear, and they don't want to look bad neither, right? So is getting someone to come to the continent. I've seen, I'm not even exaggerating, super rich, super famous people like, hey, yeah, I've always thought about going to Africa, but kind of scared. Like, you know what I mean? Like, will I be good? You got people you can connect me to that make sure I'm good? Like, I've seen that with my own eyes, I'm telling you. So there's also those deep-seated beliefs that are actually myths. You know what I mean? So we have to be the ones busting those myths. We have to be the ones debunking. We have to be the ones offsetting whatever negative thoughts they were given. They weren't born with those thoughts. They were given, whether it's TV or their parents or whoever. So that's our job. It's not part of our job description, but it's our job.
I have a thought after Nii shares with us.
I mean, Tuma he knows I love him, but he's always the one speaking for us in rooms that a lot of us don't get to go into, and even when it's not sexy. So that's the unsexy part of his job, and he has a gift for. Sometimes I don't have the patience, to be very honest. Like I've told you multiple times. I don't know what else to tell you besides what I've told you 50 million times. But this is the part of my business that is unsexy that I enjoy. It's the artist side. It's a lot of emotional admin work that people don't get to see. There's a lot of artists that I speak to that I don't represent, and I'm part of their campaigns without people knowing, that they call for advice, call for ideas, call for just like, I'm lost, how do I pivot from this? How do I get to that? I think another unsexy thing for me is discovery. I'm not a scroller to find. I don't find artists on TikTok or on Instagram. It's very important to me to listen to music because I feel like for our business to be something that matters in the future, we have to listen to what people are putting their hard work to put out there. And not just because they had some funding and they went viral on TikTok or whatever. So I think listening to music is unsexy, but it's very sexy. Honing that skill of hearing something diverse, interesting, also having reference points. If I needed anything in hip hop, I'll call Tuma. That's his expertise. That's his expertise, but that's from years of listening and platforming and promoting. And I hope I'm the same thing for Africa. So that's my goal.
And I think to the point about centering artists and folks on the ground and thinking about myths, right? So I think that part of the industry, right, is this work of crossover, is this work of gating resources from these foreign, if you're thinking from the continental perspective, from these foreign companies that have built their own music industries for, at this point, a century or more. What does your work look like when you're actually just focused on the people on the ground? Like, not necessarily trying to convince folks about the true African story and the true story of African music, but when you're really building the systems and infrastructures that folks on the ground need to succeed. And I mean, also to the point about revenue, right? When we're talking about the IFPI report.
DJ,
Ooh.
off your mic. We have heard, we are coming.
Well, y'all, this has been fun. We got the Grammys Wrap It Up music. But I think we should find each other to continue this conversation out in the conference grounds. So thank you so much for joining us. And we'll see
Thank
you
you
around.
guys for having me.
Thank you.
Hope you guys were able to get some really, really valuable gems with those talks. With that being said, it's lunchtime.
It's lunchtime. We're gonna take a 40-minute break for lunch. But while you're at lunch, please, there's a lot going on here. The deal rooms, there's workshops, there's our vendor marketplace with vendors from all over the world.
There's a lot going on, So explore, get to meet people, connect, make connections, and make the best of it.
And meet us right back here in about 40 minutes. Thank you, guys.
See you soon.
uNkulunkulu ngiyazi ukuthi ngisesemncane kodwa ngifuna ukwenza imali ngikwazi ukusibhayela ukondla umndeni wami akusuthi umndeni ngikwazi ukusibhayela isidwadlo ngibe muhle ngiyomotsha ngiyojive ishu mina tsoke mntana mina tsoke sidakwa i-VSOP node nomalwane mina tsoke iheni natsoke mina tsoke mntana mina tsoke sidakwa i-VSOP node nomalwane mina tsoke iheni natsoke dawe
Iha bumper side to side Phethela abantwana abanasi Ufike ngamosha fat Ufike ngabhenga chucks But isuma with no rush Bumper side to side Phethela abantwana abanasi Ufike ngamosha fat Ufike ngabhenga chucks But isuma with no bayangena bayaphuma sibabheki
Also, quick announcement, if you are a VIP, your lunch is happening on M3, so you'll take the elevator down the stairs. If you are a VIP, your lunch is happening on M3. We have 3 floors, so check out all 3 floors. Thank you.
And partners, Fidelity Bank of Nigeria, we appreciate you. And also our sponsors, AFRICON Bank, Motherland, BET, and a few others. So thank you guys. I hope you guys are excited about this session. Ooh, that's light, that's light. That's light. So I am joined by the esteemed Mr. Chris Oshiafi. And if you guys had the chance to read his bio, you can tell that he's extremely experienced. And today we're going to be talking about how do we maximize capital and mobilizing capital to places within the continent as it relates to exportation. So just to kind of set it a little bit of the context, of course, you know, here in the diaspora, we've seen that we have the ability to mobilize a lot of capital. We've seen the numbers and remittances that continue to grow every year, but it's usually consumption-based. So today we're gonna be talking about how do we channel that funding to more productive forms of exportation and things that we can do in Nigeria. But before we hop into that, I really wanted to allow Mr. Chris to introduce himself briefly.
Thank you, AJ, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chris Oshiafi. I work for a company called Pan-African Capital Holdings. Pan-African Capital Holdings is a proprietary investment firm out of Nigeria, but perhaps doing transactions in well over 30 countries across the continent. We are an investment bank. We also focus on renewable energy, hospitality, real estate, as well as agro-allied, and a couple of other sectors that are necessary for the upliftment of the human mind. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much for the intro. Let's clap it up. So let's hop right in. I know my stage manager is eyeing me, so let's hop right in. First question today is, what does mobilizing capital to fuel Africa's next wave of export champions mean for Nigeria today? What does that look like? And also, could you share a little bit more about how today's environment, investment environment, is different from 10 to 15 years ago?
Okay, thank you, AJ. I think that's quite instructive. First, before you talk about mobilizing capital for export champions, who exactly are export champions? It's not every exporter in this room that will consider itself as an export champion. For you to be a champion, you must have a proven track record of success in international business. You must have seen a lot of the highs and a lot of the lows. You must have gone through quite a lot of things to regard yourself or your business as an export champion. And that means that over a long period of time, you will have successfully transacted quite a number of businesses, and you must be consistent in making sure that those transactions are profitable. And that's what gives you that status of being an export. Now, mobilize capital. I think in the earlier session today, we were talking about $24 billion of remittances back into Nigeria. And I think one of the speakers actually, and rightfully so, did mention that most of those remittances are for consumption. Again, allied to consumption is the fact that most of those capital also goes into real estate. So it's basically consumption and real estate that takes a large chunk of those diaspora remittances. Now, the missing link for export is the fact that none of those remittances are channeled towards export in a deliberate manner. And I think that we need to get out of the financing for those exporters and go into very unconventional means. And one of those is to look at diaspora bonds and see how deliberately those bonds are channeled towards exports. And I think that's one of the things that is missing. And we have a number of other instruments. Thank you. Quite a number of other instruments that are unconventional that exporters could also begin to look at. And I think as we go along in this conversation, some of those instruments will come up. But looking at the investment environment today, 15 years ago, lenders were focused more on oil and gas. 15 years ago, lenders were focused more on short-term instruments, treasury bills, funding government bonds, and stuff like that. There's a paradigm shift 15 years now, and that's what has made the environment a little bit different. Today, there's a lot of financing along digital transformation. There's a lot of financing in the creative space. There's a lot of financing in agriculture, which is why banks like Fidelity Bank today are organizing platforms and seminars like this, because you want to focus now on moving away from oil and gas and moving into the non-oil sector, because you find out that the MSMEs create a large proportion for people to employ labor and for risk to be shared on a long-term basis. So today we've seen that shift from just the oil and gas in a place like Nigeria in the 80s and in the 90s to the kind of digital financing that you see today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that response. I wanted to tug on something you mentioned earlier about, the diaspora. Obviously, Amplify Africa, we really focus on the diaspora and mobilizing the U.S. diaspora at least, and we do have a lot of people in Brazil as well. But you know, you mentioned the diaspora bonds and funds. I'm curious, what does that look like? You know, how can, there's a lot of diasporans. Who are the diasporans in the room? Please just raise your hand. Because there's a lot of us here who are trying to engage, but we don't know how. So what does this, you know, setting up a diaspora bond and funds look like? And also, to your point earlier where you mentioned that, you know, 10, 15 years ago, we're really focused on like short-term capital. What does it look like now to get more patient capital? Could you speak a little bit more to that as well?
One of the things that is missing in the chain is patient capital. And that is because the nature of the balance sheet of whether it's an individual balance sheet or balance sheets of corporate institutions or banks is channeled more towards short-term capital. And when you borrow short, you want to lend short. And when you have a continent like Africa where the volatility around the exchange rate, inflation becomes an issue, interest rates are high. So when you do short-term borrowing or lending from banks, you find out that exporters are just like dancing around a revolving door. Well, patient capital is a missing link. And one of the things that I usually like to recommend on how to achieve that patient capital is for sovereigns to be deliberate as to how they provide pension vehicles from pension funds or from other long-term sovereign wealth funds that could help most of those borrowers to be able to take long-term funding. But outside of that, one of the things that I also believe is missing is how you blend finance. Blended finance is very, very important. And let me just give you an instance. If banks within the continent today, and it's something that I think regulators should look at, if banks within the continent today have non-performing loans, and you do provisioning for non-performing loans, and 3, 4, 5 years down the line, you make a recovery of those non-performing loans. Yes, the attitude is that you want to plow it back to the shareholders because it's part of the dividends that they had lost in the past. My recommendation usually is to create what you do in the West, which is where they have concessional financing. So if I recover $10 million of bad loans, which I had written off, rather than put it back into my balance sheet as dividend for shareholders, I would then create a concessional funding window. That concessional funding window is such that the rate on it is as close to zero because the cost is perhaps zero at the time. If I want to lend to an exporter, if I lend in Nigeria to an exporter at 30%, and I give him 70% of what he requires at 30%, and I give him 30% of the balance from the concessional window, you blend that finance on a weighted average basis. When you do that blending, you find out that his cost of fund lowers. And those are the kind of patient capital with interest rate that enables the exporter to have a breather and be able to do all the things they require to become more productive going forward.
Yeah, that's such a good way. And I'm seeing that, especially in the US, where people are really looking at different opportunities for like blended finance. And I'm also seeing that pop up in places like South Africa, like Kenya. So we're seeing a bit more innovation in terms of like the types of financing that people are getting. So you mentioned earlier about regulators. And so, you know, we've talked about the inflation, we've talked about some of the even like now, you know, tariffs and all, as we speak about exportation. I'm curious, you know, what are some policies, policy innovations that you think are most urgent to boost competitiveness? What do you think that is?
I think governments and regulators have a big role to play in this. I'll just give you an instance. if you look at most of the countries on the continent, their reserves, their foreign reserves, their US dollar reserves, are held outside of the continent. And when you hold them outside of the continent, you get either a negative interest return on them in places like Switzerland, or you get a very low return on them. Without wanting to mention names, there's a particular DFI that we worked on, and what they basically did was to create a central bank depository program where most of the sovereigns, the African sovereigns, had to bring in their reserves to this particular DFI. And when that happened, they raised, as we speak today, close to $400 billion. And when you have that kind of funding at maybe 2-3%, what it does for you is that it lowers your overall cost of financing. And when you have that low cost of financing, it then means that you are able to do a lot more back in the continent, because rather than get your exporters to take dollars at, let's say, 10-12%, you are getting them to take dollars at a rate that is, and then they are able to compete because their cost of capital is low. The second point is to look at the Vietnam experience. What did Vietnam do? They basically went towards industrialization, creating a lot of industrial parks, all over Vietnam. And that's why you find out that in the last 20 years, Vietnam has risen from over $14 billion in export earnings to close to $350 billion in export earnings between 2020 and 2025. And what does industrialization do for you? It then means that if I want to build a sesame production plant or a cocoa production plant, I don't need to put my capex into land because an industrial park is already there. I don't need to put my capex into power. I don't need to put my capex into all the regulatory things that I require to get the plant working. And once you are able to de-risk all of that, the next thing is that I want to focus on my capex, my inputs into it, so that going forward, I'm able to then compete. In fact, in most of those industrial parks in Vietnam, you even have quality assurance centers there, standardization centers. So centers are there because once you produce, they go through that certification and they are ready for export. So that way, you can compete. But in Africa, when you finish with land acquisition, you bring power to it, you bring all the other infrastructure to it, you are already burnt out. And most times, you are using conventional means for funding, which is through the banks, and it becomes difficult to compete.
Yeah, thanks for the context, too. I think something you mentioned about Vietnam is something that, a lot of us, especially a lot of African countries, can learn from. So I'm just curious, what gives you confidence that Africa is the next investable frontier? What are you seeing in the market? What are you seeing in the people to make you feel like, like this can really happen for us?
There's something interesting I would like to share. When Europe wanted to leapfrog, they wanted a continent to plunder. And the continent that Europe plundered was Africa. Distributed Africa, shared Africa, the Anglophones, the Francophones, the Luxophones, they plundered Africa, took their minerals, and left. When the Americans wanted to leapfrog, they looked for who to plunder, and they plundered Europe. 20, 30 years ago, what you see in China today is not what China was 30 years ago. China needed to plunder somebody. They looked at America, they knew they couldn't plunder America. They looked at Europe, they couldn't plunder Europe because Europe had already been plundered by America. They looked at Africa and said, Africa is already plundered. And what did China do? They plundered themselves. Now, how did China plunder themselves? China went and said the only key to development as Chinese is to get our local institutions, our local banks, our Exim banks, to fund our development. 30 years ago, NPL ratios in China were as high as 10, 20, 30%, non-performing loans. You see, the cost of development, you can own that cost of development. Africa today, the regulators tell you your non-performing loan must not be more than 5%. Now, when you keep a non-performing loan at 5%, regulators are putting pressure on banks to do all sorts of things to keep the non-performing loans down. On the other hand, you want these same banks to fund rather difficult sectors that if they do fund them, they don't believe that the recovery period will be between maybe 7, 10, and 15 years. It's like speaking from both sides of your mouth. So for me, what I think is important is that there are certain sectors, if we want to get it right, our local banks, our regulators should not focus on 5% as non-performing loan ratio, but rather leave it open, but make sure you put policies in place that will ensure that those banks do not misuse depositors' funds as they have them. But for me, Africa as a next frontier, 1.4 billion people, a market size of 3.4 trillion, somewhere around that. 60% of the youths are under 25. A continent where the creative space is booming, a continent where digital transformation is on the rise, a continent where you find out that raw materials are here, what is missing in that chain is processing, a continent where there's trade information gaps. And I say trade information gaps because few people will recall that 80–85% of world cocoa is in Africa. The market value, 200 billion, you find out that it's difficult. Cotton is in Mali, it's in Benin, it's in Cameroon. Again, it just tells you that Africa has all it takes to be able to leapfrog going forward.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chris Oshafi. Round of applause for Mr. Oshafi. So unfortunately, we have to cut this conversation short, but happy to answer any questions. Mr. Oshafi will be hanging around for a few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Script to Scale, financing stories that shape Africa's global image. Africa's film industry is booming, with Nollywood producing over 2,500 films annually, making it the second largest film industry in the world. The sector contributes about $7.2 billion to Nigeria's GDP and employs over 1 million people. Yet despite its scale, access to financing and distribution remains a persistent challenge. In 2024, a record 12 African films were selected for Cannes Film Festival, showcasing the global appetite for authentic African stories. This session explores how innovative financing models, international co-productions, and streaming platforms are reshaping Africa's storytelling landscape. Panelists will discuss how to sustain growth, attract investment, and position African content to compete globally while staying true to its cultural roots.
I'll
All right, all right. We are getting ready for our next panel, which I can guarantee you is a very sweet treat for you.
Speaking of sweet treats, somebody get this chin-chin away from me before I hurt myself.
Where you get this chin-chin from?
Outside, this is fire. Like,
What's the name of it?
Is it Titty's Kitchen?
No, not Titties. Titties. Titties Chin Chin. Please, if you haven't tried it, please try it. It's delectable. You can find it in the vendor marketplace, okay?
Absolutely.
All right, so let's get back into it. Our next panel of the day is Script to Scale, Financing Stories That Shape Africa's Global Image.
Absolutely. And we have...
To get started, I got you, look. We have Miss Jamila Al-Ghali, Manager Strategy and Brand Marketing at BET. Make some noise for her. Next up, we have Miss Ozzy Tesfa, actor, writer, producer, and social entrepreneur. Give it up for her as well.
Next up, we have Ms. Mabel Ndagi, Executive Director, Public Sector Intervention, Program Director, Bank of Industries. And then we have Akuno Cook, CEO, founder, Next Narrative Africa.
All right, Jamila, you are our moderator today, so give them stardom.
Is this on? Okay. I do want to welcome one additional panelist, Ms. Lavelle Levette, Managing Partner at JVL Media. All right. So hello, everyone, and thank you, hosts, for that amazing intro. Welcome to our panel, Script to Scale, so financing stories that shape Africa's global image. As mentioned, I'm Jamila Al-Ghali, Marketing Manager at BET, where we've been telling Black stories for the last 45 years this year. So 2025 made 45 years. Yes, give it up for BET. So we'll jump right in just because we don't have a lot of time. I would love to intro all these guests really quickly, but again, we're running short on time, so just know that these are all amazing women. So I'll kind of intro them as I ask them questions. So let's go ahead and frame it with just a big picture for our audience. We know that African cinema has captured global attention, but often through outsider narratives. Are African stories being told with us, for us, or about us? And how do we reclaim authorship on a global stage? I'll start with you, Azzy.
Oh, wow. Okay. I think short answer is there are incredible directors and camera operators on the continent, but they're not being utilized in the way that they should be. I have family in Ethiopia specifically, and the amount of content creator there is unbelievable, and they've not been given chances, and they're doing things on the level that the best people I've seen in Los Angeles are doing. But I think a lot of the times with the studios, there's a fear of hiring locally on the continent, and that's the biggest gap that I think we need to bridge. And they assume that creating content on the continent means that they have to fly in a whole staff, which prevents that from existing. So I think there is being stuff created for the local market, but on the global scale, we still have a long way to go with actually utilizing local African talent. That's there. It's just about giving them a chance. Yeah.
Very true. So I'll go to you now, Ms. Mabel. Do you think that African stories are being told for us, with us, or about us? And how do we kind of remedy that?
First of all, I want to thank the MD of Fidelity Bank, for this invitation. We've worked very closely at the Bank of Industry over the years. She's a sister and has been a partner with the bank. And I'm happy that there are those we've supported together in the creative sector. And so those for me are stories. I don't know about other African countries, but I think Nigeria is different. by nature, we're bold, innovative, creative. Nobody needs to tell our story. We tell our stories ourselves. Yeah. And I like the support base the country has right now. You know, we've all closed ranks, and what has helped is the partnership. And we've been able to help and support those in the creative sector. I don't think anyone is telling our story. We've become pace setters, you know, in telling our own story. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a great answer. And Nollywood is definitely taking the lead in terms of African film. Alkuna, I'll pass it to you. Same question.
I do believe that there are talented African storytellers around the continent and around the world. But the reality is that until we are able to fund those stories at scale and have them reach global audiences, not only just to shape, because I know that part of this is how are we shaping the narrative and about Africa and people of African descent, but until we're really able to scale the funding to those storytellers and build an ecosystem that supports those stories getting to the audiences, to us around the diaspora, around the world, we're still going to be at a fraction of where we could be. And so we already know that the creative industries, particularly film and television, is such a huge employer of young people around the world. Africa's a hugely young continent. But beyond that, Africans have been shaping culture for millennia. And so there's a huge opportunity there. And Next Narrative Africa and the Next Narrative Africa Fund was born out of this need to scale funding and get it into the hands of the creators who are shaping the next narrative about Africa. And so I don't believe we are yet where we could be with the kind of funding that should be going into building the infrastructure that we need to tell our own stories. But I do believe that we are well on our way, and it's the people on this stage are evidence of that, that we, in banding together and recognizing how important, especially right now, that we tell our own stories and that we shape the narrative about ourselves and our continent. I do think that this is a hugely important time for us to be doing that.
Great answer. And last but not least, Lavelle, who is no stranger to jet setting around the world, telling Black stories alongside Viola Davis and her husband. So we'll pass it to you.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. I would say that, you know, we are telling our own stories, and Hollywood is telling our stories. I think that the difference is, as some have mentioned, is capital. There's one thing to create great IP, which we're great at doing it. It doesn't matter if you have 2 cents in your pocket. If you can create a movie, music, etc. The difference is capital, you know, and culture is capital. And I would say the Western world know that. And for so long, they have been telling our stories. And a difference is that they have the capacity, the capital, to reach the masses so that you can see those stories. So there's no difference in our authenticity in telling our own stories. The difference is in the distribution and the pipeline. How do we reach our audiences? How do we reach not just Inter-Africa, but how do we reach the world with our stories? And so that's the big question that we've been working to solve. And we solve that with supporting storytellers, supporting producers, even supporting the back end of training from cameramen to graphers to et cetera, so that we have our own system of creating our own IP. But then the big thing on this whole thing is, how do we create that pipeline and that ecosystem so we not only support our films, but our films are seen by the masses? And so I think both things are happening, but I think that we need to come together more strategically with a plan that we can actually execute to make that happen. And I love doing panels because we talk and we get ideas out,
But after the panel, I always say, or even when I'm on a panel, I say, okay, now what are we going to do now? And so our doors at JVL Media are open, and we want to help bring our stories to the masses.
I love that. Yes, strategy and planning are always key. So now we'll go into panelist-specific questions, and I'll start with you, Ms. Mabel. So Ms. Mabel is the executive director at Nigeria's Bank of Industry. She's the ED of all EDs. And she has had over 3 decades in financial services, championing access to funding for microcenters, and has also led innovating programs for Nollywood and the creative sector. So Ms. Mabel, what financing gaps remain for African filmmakers? And how can financial institutions like BOI balance cultural impact with commercial viability?
I'll tell you something, very interesting question. Those financing gaps are being closed. You can see I was very intentional when I mentioned the MD of Fidelity. I'll give you an example. Evino, I think that's the company. The promoter is Chioma. You know, the Bank of Industry and Fidelity Bank supported that company. Today, 15 years on, she's the one who's hosting this African International Film Festival. You know, so for me, that is, yes. So gaps are being covered. I just don't see, you know, those gaps. I see opportunities and that we should go out of our way to look for them and support them. I don't see, you know, so both of us, both the institutions as well as others, you know, are giving them that platform whereby even the interest rate is low. 2, they're getting long-term funding. So maybe, you know, from other, for those who don't have maybe that knowledge, that there are opportunities available for them. Believe you me, I just don't look at gaps. I just see that as the development finance institutions, we're just going around to see how we can continue to create impact. And you know, it's along that entire value chain. Believe you me, because if I look at what we've done in terms of content production, so film, music, you know, digital content, you talk about production infrastructure, distribution, fashion arts, so we just cover a broad range. We just don't see those things as gaps. Believe you me, we find our own way to help. So we are institutions that are there to close gaps, not to identify that, you know, gaps are missing. So, and with the creative sector, when we started in 2011, I'll tell you what we did. We called stakeholders in that industry. Tell us, how can we manage, how can we help you? What do we need to do to understand so that we can provide funding where we feel there are issues? They came together, we worked on product papers that brought about, you know, a template that we're using to help all of them. So, and I pray that, you know, everyone will be able to, you know, follow that step. And look at the Nigerian industry today, the creative sector, my God. You know, they are the best of the best. You know, we're talking of Nollywood. Nollywood is going to be first, you know. It will beat Hollywood, there's no doubt about it. When Nigerians start and they have passion in what they do, you know, they just, thank you, let me stop here.
Thank you. And thank you for speaking with such passion. I think it's really important to have players like yourself behind the scenes advocating for our creative industry. So thank you. So now we'll go to Ms. Cook. Akuna Cook is a diplomat, strategist, and visionary creator. She is the founder of Next Narrative Africa and the Next Narrative Africa Fund, both dedicated to reshaping African storytelling globally. So, Ms. Cook, how can policy frameworks and funds like yours create a sustainable financing ecosystem for African film? Additionally, what models should governments and investors prioritize?
So I noted that Miss Mabel sort of looked at me with a little shock when she said I was a diplomat. So yes, I had been a diplomat. My last role under the Biden administration was as Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Africa. And it was in that role that I was inspired to create Next Narrative Africa because I saw the linkages between the way that Africa and people of African descent were portrayed in popular culture and the economic outcomes. And so all of the statistics that we see about what Africa loses in interest payments due to the stereotypes about Africa in popular culture, those have long persisted. From a policy point of view, if I was gonna wrap it up, I think the same kinds of policy interventions that allow any industry to thrive are necessary in the creative industries. And so whether that be ensuring that you have a pipeline of well-educated and trained employees and workers and entrepreneurs who are operating in an environment that allows them to raise capital, deploy capital, whether you are talking about infrastructure that allows for the creation, all of those things are important. But I also think that it is important to recognize that the storytelling, particularly that leaders on the continent, the stories that they put out about their countries, and that they can actually be intentional about it. I know this as a former US diplomat, that the United States has always been intentional about the stories that are put out about this country, and that there's no reason why African countries can't be equally intentional. When we started Next Narrative Africa, we recognized that there were a lot of development finance institutions, and actually BOI was one of the partners that we worked with early days on events we had in New York. We recognized that their goal of drawing more capital to the creative industries because of the job creation potential and because of the narrative shifting potential, that was an important place for them to invest. It is crucially important that leaders on the continent, leaders of financial institutions, understand just how strategic the popular culture entertainment media is, not only because of the jobs that are created and the money there is to be made, but because of the knock-on effects of changing the narrative about Africa and people of African descent and what that leads to. So I would say that it is an entire ecosystem that needs to be addressed. We absolutely need more funding, but we also absolutely need to have an intentional shift in the way that we tell our stories, in the way that we talk about our continent, and in the way that we engage the globe about those stories.
It's very true. Thank you for that brilliant answer. So next up, we have Miss Azi Tesfaye, who is an actor, writer, producer, and social entrepreneur, best known for her role as Kelly Olsen, DC Comics' first ever Ethiopian superhero on Supergirl. Yes. She has also appeared in Jane the Virgin, Matlock, and Bel Air, my favorite, and is currently developing projects including Sheba with Ryan Coogler's Proximity Media. So as you tell us, what is the biggest challenge African creators face in getting authentic stories greenlit in Hollywood? And how can they retain control while accessing global resources?
That's a great question. Off the top of my head, I think, just in my experience, and I'll use, I'm developing a show on the Queen of Sheba right now. That pitching process for us, even with someone like Ryan Coogler as an executive producer who did Black Panther and trying to take, again, we tell our stories, but in terms of a global scale, in terms of the Western world in which we were talking about, Wakanda is not a real place, unfortunately. So while that gave people a lot of pride, let's highlight actual places on the continent. For me, I found it to be the stigma that people think of when they think of, let's say, for me, Ethiopia. Even pitching Black buyers, they also admitted that media is so important. And when you have very limited visual in your mind of what you've seen a place to be, that's how you identify it. And for them, in the 80s, there were the infomercials of Ethiopia being a place with kids with distended bellies and flies around their head. And unfortunately, in a global framing. No one has presented an alternative image of it. What we see of these countries by one storyteller maybe 2 decades ago is what's sticking with people now, not because they think it's true, but there's been no image to replace that. And so for me, explaining what my country looks like, showing the beauty of a lot of places I think on the continent are things that are just people are unaware of, unfortunately, in the American buying market. I think there's a lot of negative stigma that you have to get buyers through to even understand what the countries are before they can even buy into the show idea. Whereas when you're filming anywhere else in the world, you don't have to kind of show what the country actually looks like. So that's an extra hurdle of just, it's not what you think it is based on this image that an outsider shot to exploit my culture in specific. It's a beautiful country that's very evolved, that has a lot of resources, and that's 10 minutes of your pitch is just explaining what your country is like, where a creator that's European or from another market doesn't have to necessarily do that. So I think hopefully with the project that I'm doing and other creators that are making television shows, especially for mainstream, we're with Hulu, but whether it's Netflix or Disney or wherever, that the less conversations we have to have explaining what our countries and cultures look like so that we can get to the storytelling part. And I think that's the hardest part, and I think the more people from more countries on the continent that are pushing their storytelling, whether it's in scripted or unscripted, the easier it'll be for everybody else to follow.
I love that. That's a great answer. And I don't think we realize how often we have to really shape the narrative to even be able to tell our stories on a grand scale. So thank you for that. Last but not least, the amazing Lavelle Lavette. Lavelle is managing partner at JVL Media and a veteran strategist in publishing, politics, and culture. She has developed and marketed over 100 best-selling books and built cross-industry partnerships across the US and African diaspora. So, Lavelle, what lessons can film learn from publishing about scaling African narratives globally, and how can cross-industry collaboration strengthen the creative economy?
Okay, that's a long one. I will start with, in the publishing industry, what we've learned is that, what we know, and what everyone should know is that authenticity cannot be outsourced. So we have had the advantage, right? Our stories have been told by others, but there is an audience out there for our stories that want the authentic story, something which would be fresh and refreshing and new, and not told by that typical Hollywood stereotype, meaning trying to take our stories, our authentic stories, and fitting them in a box to fit a certain way of doing things, right? So we don't have to do that, right? We have more than we need. We have all that we need to tell our own stories, and publishing tells us that, right? We can create something that's a book and evangelize that book, evangelize that story, create an audience, create a base for it, and then we flip it into a film. We have a built-in audience, right? And so we shepherd the success, and that's what we're doing at JVL, shepherding the success of a book that is now a film, but not just putting it out there and say, here's our film, but also working with the filmmakers to get the distribution system, making sure that the ecosystem is there. There's film festivals that we need to be a part of, and there's politics in that as well. But not just putting something out there and hoping that it works. So we're starting to curate audiences. We're starting to tell stories differently. And what we say is, if you build it, they will come. That hasn't been done before. We've been fitting our stories into our mainframe of the way someone else has told us that our stories need to be. And so we've been able to do that in books, even when you're doing a memoir, right? If you're a publisher and there's an actor or actress that's doing a memoir, sometimes it's their authentic story, but when you turn in that manuscript, there is an overseer to greenlight the manuscript that might say, hey, it's your authentic story, but we don't feel it's going to work, so you got to change it, right? And that's because they're controlling that ecosystem. But when we control the ecosystem, we're able to say, this is the authentic story, this is the way we're doing it, we've curated an audience, and there is a pipeline for this that will be not only sharing our culture, but also profitable. And we have to look at both ways. And so I would say that in the publishing world, we shepherd and take our stories from beginning all the way through the pipeline. And I think that there's an ecosystem that we're building for film that would do the same thing.
That is true. I don't think a lot of people recognize how closely publishing and film are related. So thank you for that.
Very much so.
So unfortunately, due to time, I have one more question, but a very important question. So in one sentence, what is the boldest move Africa and its diaspora must take in the next 5 years to ensure African film is financed, distributed, and celebrated on our own terms? We'll start with you, Azzy. Actually, we'll end with you, Azzy. Ms. Mabel?
Thank you very much. The key thing is one word: partnership. You know what that will do? It will make it thrive. There will be inclusion. And then there will be a global competition within the creative economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Akuna?
Yeah, I would double down on that. Collaborate. African storytellers, just like Africa and Africans, we are in a time of tectonic shifts geopolitically, and we are not going to be immune from what's happening. And so this landscape is going to get even more difficult, which means that we need to collaborate within the continent, across the diaspora, and really just understand that we must depend on each other. None of us can do this alone, so we need to do what we do best and find the partners and collaborate with others who can help us to build out this ecosystem and ensure that our stories survive.
I love that. Ms. Lovett?
I'll try in one sentence. Let's see. I would say that we must finance, we must produce, we must distribute, we must take our content into our own hands. We must figure out a way to create our own ecosystem so that our product will thrive in our own ecosystem and not depend on others.
And Azzy?
That was good. I mean, I would also say partnership, but since you guys covered that much more eloquently, I would say investors. I think for me, being the first of kind of my culture, my generation to break through, there's so many young creatives in front and behind the camera right now from all over the continent that are making really groundbreaking work. They just need the spotlight put on them and investments and partnerships as well, but they're actually creating things on their own with very little of their own money and their own, cameras and equipment. And so I think just investing in young creators right now and really giving them an opportunity to shine.
Yes, so true. So I heard partnerships, collaborations, creating our own ecosystem, and investing in our creators are the key steps we need to take seriously in the next 5 years to ensure that we own our narratives and take African stories to a global stage. So I did just want to thank all of my brilliant panelists for their answers. Thank you all for coming out and attending today's panel. And we hope that we continue to shape and tell African stories together, because we certainly are better together. So please give all of my panelists a round of applause. And thank you. Thank you for your time.
You did great. You did great too.
97 TV is where U.S. hip-hop and Afro culture live 24/7 on screen. From NYC to Lagos, from Paris to Kingston, from Dakar to Rio. And the main stage at the biggest Afro-urban events. We bring you the real, raw stories, exclusive shows, live events, lifestyle, culture, and the voice of the cultural movement. No gimmicks, no filters, no borders. Stay locked. Hot 97 TV, coming soon on your screens. Hot 97 TV.
Hi, my name is Titi Lokbe, owner and head chef at Tita's Kitchen, where we make the most delicious chin-chin with a perfect crunch and milkiness. Chin-chin isn't just a snack to me, it's nostalgia wrapped up in milky goodness. It reminds me of the summers I spent in Nigeria helping my mom run a chin-chin business. So every batch of chin-chin I make is a tribute to the legacy, leadership, and resilience of my mom. So whether you're packing your kids' lunch, settling down for a movie night, or grabbing a quick snack for your lunch break, grab a bag of chin-chin and indulge in some yummy, milky, crunchy goodness.
Beauty Beyond Borders, scaling Black brands for the global diaspora. The Global Beauty...
Hi, my name is Titi Lokbe, owner and head chef at Tita's Kitchen, where we make the most delicious chin-chin with a perfect crunch and milkiness.
Everyone.
Chin-chin isn't just a snack to me, it's nostalgia wrapped up in milky goodness. It reminds me of the summers I spent in Nigeria helping my mom run a chin-chin business. So every batch of chin-chin I make is a tribute to the legacy, leadership, and resilience of my mom. So whether you're packing your kids' lunch, settling down for a movie night, or grabbing a quick snack for your lunch break, grab a bag of chin-chin and indulge in some yummy, milky, crunchy goodness.
angeke bahlale basivalele nko yayivakele nto ayi iyashokele nto itiko i-lockdown ay iyosiphele i-lockdown besingadlali nabanye abantwana okokugcina ayi ulevel 3 manje seshintsha amagiya ilokithiko i-lockdown iyosiphele i-lockdown iyosiphele i-lockdown angeke bahlale basivalele ko yayivakele nto ay iyashokele nto itiko i-lockdown ay i-lockdown besingadlali ay ulevel 3 manje seshintsha amagiya ishintsha amagiya ilokithiko i-lockdown iyosiphele i-lockdown iyosiphele i-lockdown
Everyone talks about black excellence, about culture, about connections.
But what good is that if you don't have access to it?
The truth is, for creatives, for entrepreneurs, for young professionals of African descent, access is still the greatest barrier.
Access to capital, access to networks,
Access to real opportunities that change lives.
We are done waiting. That's why AFRICON exists.
AFRICON isn't just a party.
It's not just a conference, it's a platform, it's a bridge. Every panel, every private room, every handshake at AFRICON is designed to close the gap.
I pitched to many investors, but it was at AFRICON where I met funders who looked like me, who understood me and believed in what I was building.
This is how we build black wealth. This is how we raise the value of African culture.
This is how we change the narrative globally. Because when Africa rises, the diaspora rises. When the diaspora rises, Africa thrives.
AFRICON,
The future is ours.
if we build it together.
are the nexus driving growth through the veins of our country. The pipeline of ideas to dreams. Across 36 states, we are planting seeds, north, east, south, and west. From rice mills to plantations, we set the soil ablaze for the sprouting. We manufacture, we take flight, we build, we trade, we connect. Nourish the bellies of our people, give them a backbone, transforming community. We do things different. Never backing down, we scale up, we keep our word. Through 500 tongues, we speak the languages of grit, of drive, of growth, of enterprise. We are indigenous, proudly Nigerian. This is our own. We are Fidelity.
We are Fidelity. We keep our word.
Everyone talks about black
97
excellence.
TV is where U.S. hip hop and Afro culture live 24/7 on screen. From I-97 TV is where U.S. hip hop and Afro culture live 24/7 on screen. From NYC to Lagos, from Paris to Kingston, from Dakar to Rio. And the main stage at the biggest Afro-urban events. We bring you the real, raw stories, exclusive shows, live events, lifestyle, culture, and the voices shaping the Afro-cultural movement. No gimmicks, no filters, no borders. Stay locked. Hot 97 TV, coming soon on your screens.
The beauty panel will be starting in 5 minutes.
Test.
Test, 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 test. Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing? Woo, 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 woo. I think we can all agree that when it comes to beauty, I think African women are actually some of the most beautiful people in the world.
Wait. When you say African women, are you talking about South African women?
I'm talking about West African women. I'm talking
Okay.
East African women.
What
You know
about
I'm saying? South? You name it.
What about Uganda? I heard Uganda's in the building. Oh, there we go, one representative. We love you.
So.
So what
Okay.
we got going on now?
So the next panel that we have is Beauty Beyond Borders. So when we talking about beating faces, y'all gonna get y'all faces beat. You know what I'm saying?
And
But-
go ahead. No, actually, growing up, I would watch YouTube all the time, and I would find some of my favorite beauty influencers and buying from them and buying all the beauty products. And one of my favorite beauty influencers is actually joining this panel today, so I'm very excited.
So we're gonna go out. We're gonna start out with the host.
Yes.
For this.
I got you. No. Here we go. The host of tonight is Alicia Scott from Range Beauty. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Alicia.
Then we're gonna have Jackie Asamoah.
Jackie. Miss Forever Mood, content creator as well. And last, but certainly not least, we're gonna have Tisha Thompson from LYS Beauty.
Please give a warm round of applause.
Welcome, ladies, anywhere.
Hello, everyone. Beautiful. Everybody looks good. Oh, my goodness. Thank you so much for being here. I'm very excited about this panel with these two icons. To get started, we'll go with both of you. I feel like you both have done such an incredible job of building brands that are so centered in the culture, and I want you to speak about why that was important to you when you launched. And Jack first? I know Tisha can go first.
Well, it just came second nature to me because what I look like how I show up in the world. I'm not racially ambiguous, so I look black, I look like an African woman, and there's kind of no way around that. So ever since I even started my career, talking about things that were just natural and authentic to me came second nature, like I said. So naturally starting a brand, it just felt like an easy transition. And I will say, I'm glad I did it before it became like the cool thing to do, because everybody loves to say diversity is trendy. It's not trendy, it's just the state of the world. Like, everybody doesn't look the same, and that's what makes the world beautiful. So I love leaning into that, acknowledging that, and bringing people on my team and working with people to be able to do the same.
Love that. Thank you. Tisha?
Yeah, I would have to echo that because, I wake up as I am, right? So for me, it was so important to create products that work for me and work for people who look like me. So it was just a natural kind of evolution to a brand that I would create, right? So it was really not a question. It was a non-negotiable. And for me, it was just being authentically me. So, yeah.
And on that note, we'll go with you, Tisha. How do you, when we both have brands where we're trying to center melanin rich, we're trying to be inclusive, we want to prioritize the Black woman, but include everyone, of course. How do you maintain that while still wanting to scale, wanting to expand, especially globally?
Yeah, it's so crazy because, I feel like other founders don't have to answer this question, which is so wild to me that, a white founder can just create a brand and just have their brand and create products, and we support. But it's just, always a question of how do we create a product that can work for other people. And for me, it's just like, a lipstick can work for everybody, It's like, I don't know why it is always like questioned, especially in the retail landscape. And so for me, I just want to be a brand that creates really great beauty products. And so that's really what we focus and strive to do. I just really strongly believe that Black women can create products for everybody, and that's just what we do.
Absolutely. I feel like all three of us are very front-facing too when it comes to our brand. So, Jackie, I want to ask, you've created an incredible personal brand going from YouTube to now. And I feel like a question that was coming up a lot was, why didn't she go into makeup? Why did she go into fragrance? Why did she go with candles? How did you decide what path to take? And when it comes down to your brands, what do you keep just for Jackie, and what do you decide to infuse into those brands?
I don't feel like I just chose the brand. I feel like the brand kind of chose me, because I foolishly thought this was gonna be like my little passion project. And then I started it and I was like, there ain't a damn such thing as no passion project, because everything is work. And also when you start a business, you have to be prepared to go with wherever it takes you. So we launched Forever Mood in 2020, and Dennis, my co-founder, we both thought we could kind of practice right now, for lack of a better word, because we genuinely thought all of the logistical things that were happening in 2020 would afford us the ability to do that. And the exact opposite happens, where, again, like, people didn't really know me for fragrance. So I was like, this is just something that's near and dear to me. This is just something that I want to do. This is something that I'm super passionate about. So I can just get my bearings and do this. And the brand exploded. I had to completely reshift what my priorities were. And so I happily did that, because it was like, okay, cool. Well, this is a product in a category that I love anyway, that I've always felt like I wanted to put more in my content. But like before 2020, there was no such thing as fragrance talk. People were not coming to YouTube for fragrance reviews. I just never really felt like I had the space to do that. So then when I had the space to do that, it was like, oh, okay, I'm running with this. And I happily did it. But I think also a part of me needed to give myself permission, especially, you guys know, a part of this is my personality, and it's like, I don't care, it was put on me. But the firstborn immigrant daughter trope, I didn't choose that, okay, listen. And there's so much that's been assigned to me that I did not ask for, so okay, I'm gonna take it. And so much of that is constantly being told what you're supposed to do, what you have to do, what would make your family proud, what would make your parents proud. And for once, I actually feel like I gave myself permission to do something that I wanted to do. And I didn't realize how groundbreaking that was, that I was like, oh, nobody like told me to do this, and I'm good at it. And that's kind of lit. Like, that was really the first, well, aside from like starting YouTube and starting social media, but that was the first time I immediately saw very clearly how powerful that is, and how I can do that multiple times and be okay, you know?
I love that. That's so powerful. I love that. And Tisha, for you, when you were starting your brand, how did it come about? Was it, oh, this is just going to be a passion? Were you immediately like, CEO hat on, we are scaling, we're taking it there? How was that path for you?
How much time do we have?
Cliff notes.
Notes. So my story is it's interesting. So I actually started as a makeup artist, but it was my side hustle. I actually had a full-time job as a staff accountant. So I did accounting by day, and my side hustle was makeup. And I worked at the Mac counter on the weekends, and just whatever I could do to fuel my creativity, because it's really what I wanted to do. But I'm born from 2 military parents, and they were like, you're gonna get a real job. And they just didn't see the opportunity to make money in beauty at the time. And so that's what I did. I just followed the rules, and I was an obedient daughter. But what was really exciting is I always feel like things kind of work how they're supposed to work, and things align. And I ended up doing accounting for a beauty brand. And that's really how I got. And I just remember every single day coming into work asking HR, do y'all have any positions in accounting or in marketing? Do y'all have any positions in product development? Like, I just stayed, just diligent and focused. And one day an opportunity opened up, and I took a demotion as a marketing coordinator. So I went from like doing like, P&Ls to getting coffee and opening Ulta stores around the country, and that was just kind of how I got my start and my foot in the door. But I just kind of went through the ranks and just learned a lot over a 15-year period as a beauty executive, and I found myself landing in product development and spent a decade formulating products, prioritizing Black women, and did a lot of really cool stuff and learned a lot. And then I just made the decision one day to start my own brand. I lost my dad, so I always tell the story that kind of woke me up and afforded me like the mindset that life is too short. And so I took the opportunity to just, he left me a little money, not a lot, but just enough to say I'm gonna start and plant this seed. And so I quit my job as a beauty executive and decided to start OIS. And I'm really glad I did. It was in 2019, which was crazy because here I don't have, quit my job and made this decision to do this, and now the pandemic hit and everybody's like, you're crazy, you're starting a beauty brand during the time when everybody's wearing masks. But for me, I just had, it was really crazy time. But I just had this feeling, and I really still truly feel like it was my dad in me, just this is your course, this is your path. Stick with it, because everyone who told me it was just the craziest idea, I kept going, and I'm so glad I did, because I pitched the brand to Sephora in the middle of a time where there was a lot of civil unrest and there was a lot of conversation around 15% pledge and everybody focusing on Black ownership, and it was just really the right time, right place. I always say I'd rather be lucky than smart, and I just feel like sometimes it just landed at the right time, and got the brand launched in 2021, and here we are, 4 years later.
Incredible. Yes. Jackie, for you with Forever Mood, what did that look like? What did the conversation look like for
Oh, the conversation actually started before Forever Mood existed. So they had heard I was working on something, which they wasn't even supposed to know about. So I don't know.
They be knowing, girl.
Who was yapping? I don't know who was yapping, but they had heard some things. So they were like, we just want to see what you're working on. This was I want to say 2018. It was something completely different. And so we took that meeting, and then they were really excited, and they were like, okay, well, keep us in the loop, keep us in, they love being in the kitchen. So that's basically how we walked away from that. But we were so early in development, we didn't really have anything tangible for real, So fast forward to when we started Forever Mood, they were like, where did that come from? Wait, hold on, pause. Y'all was just telling us y'all was working on something. And we were like, yeah, we like to keep people on their toes sometimes or whatever. So they approached us again the same year that we launched Forever Mood, but we were not ready. We basically decided, Dennis and I collectively decided, this is exciting, this is new, this is great. Being in a retailer is great, but one thing as a founder, you also have to know when to not bite off more than you can chew. And that was a very important decision that we had to make. And people hate when I call Forever Mood a small business. Just because I have 10 million followers collectively, it doesn't negate the IRS considers me, okay? We're a small business, so you have to move like a small business. Sometimes you can't be too excited, too eager, you can't try to grow or scale too quickly, and we had to make that decision, even though it was oh, but it's Sephora. So basically, it was more like a let's crawl before we walk, and I'm glad we did that, because I think we needed to first of all, find our bearings, and also, again, we launched in 2020, so this was a logistical nightmare for all brands. Even heritage brands were going through it. So we were just starting out, trying to figure out, okay, is this normal? Is this usual? And a lot of stuff that we were experiencing was not. So we kind of needed to play catch up a little bit, and then we revisited the Sephora conversation. And so then when we revisited the Sephora, we already had leverage because they were actively pursuing me. So when they came back, it's we had a little bit more bargaining to play with. So I'm glad we did that too. You know, a little nugget. Sometimes make people a little, make people a little hungry for something. Don't be too quick to say yes all the time.
Yeah.
So that was something that we were really excited about.
I love that you touched on that. I was just backstage with Tisha. We were speaking about our journeys. I recently just launched into Sephora with my brand.
We're all
Range
Sephora
Beauty.
sisters.
But we were speaking about how we started off on .com and now we just entered into 88 doors. Tisha, you started off on half a shelf, then grew to full shelf. Can you talk about that and the pros and cons of this kind of like, they say slow and steady, but I'm like, slow and steady has never done me wrong. So can you speak about the pros and cons about just taking your time and growing versus just getting so excited about, oh, I want to just launch into as many doors as possible?
Absolutely. I always tell people the number one thing I remind people is run your own race, because it's so easy to be watching what everybody else is doing around you and seeing people moving really, really fast, seeing these brands in all these stores with these extravagant gondolas or planograms, and you just see all these flashy lights and you just forget to realize, like, I need to do things at my pace and what works best for me. Some of these brands may look at it like, oh, to like bottom shelf, half a shelf, less than 100 doors, like scoff. But for me, it was like life-changing just to get that exposure, have that time to learn, to grow. For me, it was also an opportunity to progress and keep that space. We chose to not take any funding until just this year. So we did Sephora for 4 years before we even took a dime. And for me, it was like making sure, if we're not going to take institutional capital, how are we going to do this and be able to afford to do it? So we had to do it slow and steady. It gave us time to learn. It gave us time to be able to deal with, the infrastructure of building out a team, our inventory management, all the operational efficiencies that it takes to manage a retailer like Sephora. So I always tell people, don't worry about, it feeling too small or too slow. It takes time to grow. Things don't happen overnight. Rome was not built in a day. And just do you, run your own race. And so for me, I think taking that methodical approach has been really successful for us, because, now we're full chain Sephora, we're in full chain Kohl Sephora, now it allowed us, Jackie made a great point, to wait and not take the first check that people were trying to write, which everybody was trying to invest in Black businesses in 2021. A lot of people got really wooed by the shiny penny. And for me, I was like, I'm gonna wait. I know the value, I know my worth, I'm gonna wait. And I think waiting as long as we did, proving the concept, scaling the business, showing that I can do it with or without your money, really helped show and prove, wow, this is an investable business. And it allowed me to give less equity for a larger check, and now we can actually be able to scale the business a lot faster. So slow and steady wins the race. I really, truly believe that.
I love that. And kind of going off of that, when you both do think about expansion, especially international expansion, there's obviously demand from London to Atlanta to Lagos. Like, how do you think about where you want your brand to show up outside of the US and how you want it to show up?
Well, that's hard to do, especially as a small business, because you basically have to have a team there to make sure that the integrity of the brand doesn't get lost, the brand messaging doesn't get lost, and like if it's a Black-led brand, that doesn't get lost too. And then you have to think about, how does that translate in another country, like Korea, for example, just one example. But we are still mainly only sold domestic here, US and Canada, but our first international retailer that we took on, which was 2023, I believe, we had the opportunity, and they came to us, we had the opportunity to launch in Beauty Hut, Africa. So they are primarily based in Nigeria, but they ship all throughout the continent. And that was like a really proud career moment, because it wasn't until like our customers mention like, oh, you went to the continent before you went to Europe? Okay, lit. And I was like, oh yeah, huh? But I didn't even think, yeah, like Paris is cool, but like, it's Nigeria. Like, shout out to Nigeria. You know what I mean? Like, that's like second nature to me. But I didn't have to think about brand voice or integrity because those are people who look like me. You know what I mean? Those are people who support me. So it's always something that's at the forefront. And even still, even though we have that retail presence, it's still something I want to continue to strengthen because we don't have like a Forever Mood Nigeria page, for example, on Instagram. And we'll get there, we definitely will, but yeah, I think making sure things stay intact because I started that brand for a reason. There was an intentional white space that Dennis and I wanted to fill when we started Forever Mood. So don't be taking our brand, just turn it into something else because we didn't want to be something else. That's why we started our brand. So yeah, that's always something that we're thoughtful of.
So thoughtful. Tisha?
Love that, and I agree with that 100% because when you start to expand globally, it's very easy for the messaging to get diluted and things to shift, and they kind of, change your strategy for that specific market. So I think finding markets that align with your vision. Obviously, English-speaking markets are very good and easy to go into. Canada was the first market we went into as well. We decided to do Australia, which was made a lot of sense. We're in the UK. We just launched in the UK this year. So for us, it's really just also being strategic because of the regulatory challenges in beauty. It's really tough for some markets to really do. It's very costly. It takes a lot of time. So in addition to like having the team, you have to also have the regulatory aspect covered. So we're just trying to do markets that we can afford right now. It gets kind of pricey. And that we can actually like scale and that we have a customer that's looking for the business. The reason why we ended up going to the UK was because the beauty girlies in the UK were going crazy for the brand online. And they were just like giving it to us like, hello. I mean, how am I gonna get, my hands on it? And so I was like, okay, let me show up for y'all because they've been showing up for us. And so we wanted to really respond to our consumer there. And so that's why we decided to go into the UK.
I love that too, because now we can dive into when it comes to your communities, how do you distinguish between what's just platform noise, what's actual demand, and what's just a trend at the moment? So how do you decide, okay, we hear you loud and clear, we're gonna give it to you UK girlies, or we hear you loud and clear, we'll do a new scent profile, a new juice. How do you decide what to listen to and what to just ignore?
Well, when it comes to like demand, I see my comments. So randomly out of nowhere, mad South Africans have been like, we want the product yesterday. And I've been like, where'd y'all come from? Like, I didn't even know y'all were so deep in my demographics like that, but okay, period. Like, I'm taking note. So it's really exciting. And then on the back end, you have things on Instagram like insights. So you can actually see, like my top city is not even an American city. My top city is actually Lagos on my Instagram. So sometimes there's overlap. So like my top demographics will sometimes overlap with Forever Mood's top demographics. And when we launch a product or on an ongoing basis, not even just with new stuff, I'm actively seeing who's asking about stuff and who's requesting stuff. Now on a more like, okay, this is now harder to ignore level. When retailers from these countries start reaching out, then that's when I think it's time to kind of be like, oh, okay, it's not just people gassing it, like they're really actively requesting the products. People are probably going to the stores saying, do you have Forever Mood? And being told no, and then they come on to Instagram and cuss us out about it or whatever. Or TikTok, same dynamic there. But yeah, I think it's really hard to just be like, oh, is it just hype? Is it, because sometimes somebody, like customers can say they want something and then you launch it and it can completely fall flat. So you have to be very careful to not let too much noise completely drive your business and, you get too caught up. But at the same time, a lot of it is really people looking to pull up and support.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, I was gonna say the exact same thing. having been around for as long as I have, I've seen a lot of businesses go out of business trying to chase the trend. It's like the biggest no-no in setting up your brand. You really have to stick to your brand identity, what you stand for, what's important to your brand, because it's very easy to get sucked in that spiral, especially if you have a retail business. They are constantly, we need new, we need something different, something fresh, and they will just buy it. And if it doesn't sell, send it right back to you. And so you can't get into that cycle of chasing trend. It's like sticking to what's important, what's valuable for your brand, and not letting trends drive your DNA. So we're really conscious about that. It's really important to us to just making sure that we're servicing people looking for their everyday makeup routine solutions, essentials that work every single day. That's just who we are as a brand. And so we may not have the shiny new hot ingredient or thing that people will have in this 3-month cycle, but we're gonna have that tried and true product that you're gonna pick up that you'll have in your makeup bag every single day.
And that kind of speaks to retail too, because for some of you that don't know, a lot of times the retailers will have in the kitchen meetings with you trying to tell you, well, we have 5 brands who are launching this, or who are going to include this ingredient, or who are doing vanilla's really hot right now. We really want you to launch something with vanilla. So with that conversation too, and just overall retail velocity, I think sometimes they're using traditional data, especially when it comes to Black-owned brands. They don't have a lot to go off of. What do you feel like they're still missing in that conversation? And then to the same point of how you keep your head on the straight and narrow with community, how do you do the same when retailers are like, this is what we want to see?
I mean, I love that Black people create the culture. We create the trends.
Exactly.
And so we don't have to.
So just listen to us, like, and I'm smiling because I have the best example of this. Tisha, I'm gonna let you finish.
No, like seriously, like I don't need to do what 5 other people are doing because I did that 2 years ago. Like I'm on to the next.
Period.
Hello.
Yeah.
Tisha said, I ain't new to this, okay? I'm true to this. I have like the best, most recent example of this, which was when we launched She Was Here, and they were, she shook her head like,
So good, so good.
They were like, they were like not.
Oh, they didn't like it.
They were. It's not that they didn't like it, but they were looking at data.
Okay.
And I was, and it's also, so I think it was like read as like a rose scent.
Okay.
And rose doesn't typically perform well at Sephora.
Okay.
And so I, you know, respectfully, because working with a retailer is like a true partnership. But sometimes you gotta tell your partner, no, like, girl, no, like, hell no. I basically said, we had 2 options that we were gonna launch with, and they were actually both pistachio scents. But She Was Here, I was like, stop playing with me, like, no, like if you guys because you guys are gonna be pissed if we launch this on our own, like just trust me. And basically the one that they chose was the more, like I would say, crowd pleaser. And then what I was told was, you know, we don't love rose, but they were like, in 2025, there's a couple brands that are going to launch rose. Let's let them kind of like see how it does, and then if that performs well, we'll get behind it. And something about being a Leo, like, I don't know, something about that like was messing with my brain. Like, I went to bed that night and I was like, you want them to do it first?
Right.
That part.
Now you're definitely taking this one. I was like, no. Now the other one is not even an option. I was like, that one's not ready, y'all. We're gonna do She Was Here. And so, yeah, like we just had to like fully lean in. We changed some of the marketing because She Was Here, if any of you guys have smelled She Was Here, I wouldn't describe it as like a rose scent, but I tell people this, and several people who have tried this scent and have actually like worn it, lived with it, have said, and because I knew what I was talking about, I said, this is not a rose-heavy scent. It is prevalent, but it's not prominent. If you like rose, you will like She Was Here. And then I also said, if you don't like rose, you will like She Was Here. Just trust me. When you smell it, you will understand what I mean by that. And that's exactly what the customer, how they responded to it. And it's been like when we first launched Fine Fragrance, it was big, but like She Was Here has completely like, it's been crazy. It's been really, really crazy. It's revived a lot of the customer, our energy for us, because like Tisha said, we don't have the money to launch stuff every quarter, every 3 months. We're very slow and steady. So when we drop something, it's intentional. And I'm just glad that like I trusted my gut, because that was the perfect example. I always smile when I tell the story, because I'm like, I was right. You should just listen to me like I was right. But yeah, I needed to know that as a retail partner, they can trust when I know something is going to move the needle. And I think they kind of needed that, like for sure. Like sometimes people, you know, when they shop with retailers, they expect a certain type of sense. They expect crowd pleasers. And I'm like, remember why you brought us in. We're a niche brand. So like, let us lean into that niche. And they were like, okay. And they let us.
I love that. Yeah. For anyone that ever launches with retail, as exciting as it may be, you have to remember they need you as much as you need them. They brought you in for a reason, so you guys stand 10 toes down.
10 toes down, honey.
Okay. And so you spoke about, both of you, okay, we don't have these large, same for me. I have a very tight profile. I have 4 SKUs in my product line. What is the, I guess, pros, if there are any cons, to keeping it tight and kind of exclusive when we see brands who are coming out with, oh, didn't you just launch something a month ago? How do you determine when you're launching, what to launch? And do you feel like there have been any negatives to keeping it a tight and kind of smaller profile?
Launching product is hard for me because I'm truly a product developer at heart. Is what I enjoy doing the most. So for me, I'm constantly creating something. I have like 10 formulas ready to go right now. But it's, for me, the decision is really driven by, you know, what makes sense for the business, both financially. I also have that juxtapositioning in my brain where I also have that financial side as well. So that acumen is there of like, you know, making sure you're profitable and making sure like, you know, logistically you can, you know, do everything and still make it work. So for me, it's like the creative side struggles sometimes with the development and then the financial side. So we try to do a strategic cadence with our launches and try to anniversary them every year so that we can kind of, you know, meet a cadence that works with the suppliers and also our retail. So that's kind of what's dictating it for us a little bit. Is when you're in it, you know, it's not as sexy because it's like calendarized and it's like, okay, well, we got to do February week 4, you know. But no, it becomes a little bit of the method to the madness as to why and when we launch. But we try to keep it as tight as possible, but also be creative. Beauty is tough in terms of color. You know, because it is truly an out of sight, out of mind. It really is, I call the goldfish industry right now, where people will literally move on to the next thing in like 24 hours. Like there's unboxings every day with all new products. And so staying relevant in color is very challenging. And so you just have to be very strategic in your cadence. Giving your audience exactly what they want, when they need it, and what makes sense for your brand. A lot of times, like I said, I'd rather be lucky than smart. And sometimes I feel like we launch things and I'm like, oh, that's gonna be like so big. And then I'm like, and then we launch things that I'm like, that's gonna be so small and that's not gonna do well. And then y'all sell us out. So I can't call it anymore, to be honest with you. Like, it's just, the world is just evolving and things change and what excites people. So to try to mitigate some of that, we've tried to do more crowdsourcing lately, try to ask people, get our community more involved, seeing what they want. So an example, recently, we have a launch coming out in like 10 days, but that launch was not gonna be until next year. But we crowdsourced our community and like the feedback was like very evident, like this is what people were wanting. And so we're like, oh, well, we need to move that up and we need to push what we were working on out, because what we were working on was like, it got ranked like 4 or 5 of what people were looking for. And I'm like, well, that's gonna be a flop because they're not looking for that. So we need to move this situation up. So just checking in, getting a pulse of your community. I mean, it's why we created the brand. It's who we created it for. So at the end of the day, their feedback really helps drive how we move.
Absolutely. I love crowdsourcing. Okay, as we shift to the future a little bit, Tisha, you spoke earlier about how we've seen a lot of unfortunate brand closures. Lately, we saw the very public and unfortunate closure of Ami Collet. When we think about what's going on currently and moving towards the future, what do you feel is missing when it comes to the Black beauty conversation? Whether it's from the consumer perspective or the retailer perspective, or how you would like to see communities show up better, is there anything that we can kind of take away with how to move better for Black-owned brands?
We need money. I mean, so everybody talks about this conversation, and I know it feels weird because I did just raise, and it is very rare anymore to really see that happen, and it's really unfortunate. But for me, I like to remind people, like, it's not totally dried up. It's tough, but it's not totally dried up. And so there's hope, there's opportunity. We just have to keep moving forward. We have to keep progressing. We have to be about our business, create things that people love, build our community, continue to be profitable businesses that are investable, and the opportunity is there. But the reality is, it's like we need more. I see a lot of mentorship, and that's great. I see a lot of accelerate programs. That's also great too. But at the end of the day, businesses need money to survive, and we need the capital in order to be able to thrive. And it's just not, it's so disproportionate that it's just, there's no other conversation. Like, there's a lot of other things. We need more labs, more manufacturing facilities that understand the types of products that work for us. We need more manufacturing facilities that do smaller scale runs. I mean, that's very challenging. I mentor a lot of people, and, they can't use, I don't gatekeep. You want to know, I'm happy to give you some suppliers, but the MOQs are highly unattainable for a lot of people. People need things, less than 5K typically per batch size, and there's very few suppliers that can do that. So there's a lot of things in the business in terms of in the weeds that can be helpful, but I think at the end of the day, we just need money.
Yeah. Jackie?
Facts, that part though, just more money. I ask a lot of questions because I act as the creative director of Forever Mood, so I'm the person who's making everything look pretty and smell pretty, and Dennis brings his finance and investment banking background. So when we're doing traditional things like raising money, I don't know, that's not my lane at all. That's not my background, that's not my wheelhouse. So it's been really fascinating to navigate that, because I remember recently asking him, okay, so explain this to me like a 5-year-old. When you're raising money, they ask you, we want to see XYZ. They ask you for all these documents. Girl, they ask you, what time do you
So
poop
many,
in
it's
the
a
morning? They ask you
full-time
all
job
your business. They
times
want your
two,
social security
child.
number.
A vial of blood.
Damn, it's like months long.
Worse than audit.
Yeah, it's
worse.
Yeah, that part. It's crazy. So you're they're asking for all this proof and all of these metrics and all of this data and all this da-da-da-da-da-da, and they'll be like, oh, we want you to hit certain milestones before we invest. And in my head, I'm thinking okay, as somebody who doesn't have a finance background, if I'm a Black founder, we know that the funding that goes to Black founders is extremely disproportionate. And then if you're a woman, it's even tighter, okay? And I'm just so if the conditions against me are abnormal and I'm running a business, a successful one, mind you, we started something that was successful under abnormal conditions that most of my non-Black peers don't have to face the same issues with, why do they grade us with normal conditions and expect us to meet normal metrics? That doesn't make sense to me. That it just doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense. I didn't get the answer to that question, but it's still a question mark for me personally. But I would like to see that change, because it's almost like making it out the hood and then still being expected to meet all the same marks as somebody who grew up with all the privileges before. That doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't make sense. Be lucky I'm here, period, because what I had to even get through, me and my husband, to start our business, be lucky we're here, we're still sustaining, we're still we still exist. We still generate revenue. We're still relevant. We're still highly talked about. We're still launching products.
Yep.
We've taken $0 in invest, none. Not that we're not looking, we are.
Seeking.
But we
Get
just
that check,
haven't
girl.
yet. But like that part to this day still just is very strange to me. And then I go on Instagram, and comparison is the thief of joy, so I try not to do this, but I go on Instagram and it's like you see the same founders who just sold their brand sell another brand and get another investment.
$1 billion and all.
I'm like, so there is the money.
Yeah.
You're just not giving it to black people.
Yeah, there's a lot,
okay?
yeah.
Got it. Like, great, thanks. So yeah, that's one thing that I definitely would love to see change. And with that said, as a consumer myself, I know all consumers cannot do this, but I'm actively going out of my way to shop black brands because the truth is a lot of them don't have the money to market to me. So I don't care. I go out of my Instagram knows I'm black, TikTok knows I'm black, because they're regularly serving me. And people are always like, how do you always find these black-owned brands? I'm like, Instagram just puts them right in my lap. They know what I'm looking for. I'm engaging with the content. I'm engaging with the brands. I'm engaging with the founders. So they may not have the money to come to me, but I'm actively seeking them. And my outfit today is the same vibe. Like, I literally found this brand on Instagram. And yeah, like you have to be a little bit more savvy, because if you want to see more of it, you do, unfortunately. I'm not saying the onus is always on the consumer, but unfortunately, we do have to work just a teeny bit harder to help each other and find each other, because that's just the reality of where we are.
I love that. Thank you for making sure you spoke about that. Oh, right now? Oh, okay.
We just got some tea or something.
Yeah, I'm like, okay. I also want to speak to, we're seeing so much technology pop up, right? We're seeing more social platforms come out. We're seeing a lot of talk about the direction TikTok is now about to go in. I would love each of you to speak about any emerging trends, be it technology, new social channels, new ways you show up for your community. If there's anything that you want to expand on into the future.
I mean, I think I would say, what we're seeing is like the micro influencer side of things, the affiliate channels really like explode. Now, it used to be typically, larger scale creators could, monetize, but now it's so great that platforms like TikTok, Amazon, and now Sephora, which just announced this week that they're gonna have their affiliate model, which allows just people who are sharing what they love and what they've purchased with their community. And if people click the link and purchase through it, now they can make money as well. So I really think there's going to be a continued explosion of just all of us sharing more and then being able to monetize on that, which will then, I think, just increase the micro influencer community. I think from a tech side, obviously AI is going to have a big impact. We're seeing a lot more with virtual try-on, a lot of, everybody's shopping digitally so much more. You're just seeing a lot of AR technology happening. So those are kind of things that I'm seeing that are evolving and that we're investing in as a brand to make sure ChatGPT, for example, like how do we show up when somebody's searching for, how do I find a bronzer that works for me? Like OIS pops up, right? So it's, being strategic and making sure that we're playing in all of those new spaces that are popping up.
I love that. Thank you. Jackie.
I'm not like a huge fan of this like conservative agenda trend that it's all over my timeline, and I'm like, oh, please stop. Like I'm trying to sage my For You page right now. I'm like, go back to the black people. Like, what the hell is this? Stop, you're scaring me. So that has been, I think, pretty consuming for the past like year or so. Like I just feel like it's been a little spooky. Like I definitely feel like there's an agenda, and in beauty too. And I think sometimes the language is subtle.
Yes.
So, with beauty, I'm sure you can speak to this, but like saying things like long nails aren't classy, or like gold jewelry's tacky. You know what I mean? Like long lashes is tacky. Like, oh, who wears stuff like that? Question mark.
Mm-hmm.
What are you insinuating? Like, what are you implying? Even down to fragrance, like fashion, beauty, fragrance, these things are all political. So with fragrance, like the clean agenda is very big right now. And so we just want to lean into the exact opposite of whatever the hell that is, because that's not Listen, we celebrate being unapologetically yourself, and if yourself is minimal and clean, that's totally okay, as long as we don't attach language that's like degrading to someone who doesn't visibly show up like that. So we just want to continue to like lean into that, I think, and try to weed through the louder noise that's happening right now politically and socially, trying to. But yeah, that has been like the most glaringly obvious for that I've been noticing, and just kind of like, oof, let's go back to 2017, 2018 era when the girls had like 3 pairs of lashes on. Like, I miss that era. Like, the
Missing
girls
the
would
full
put it
coverage
on.
all
Yes,
day,
like,
yes,
and it
for
doesn't,
sure.
even if it's not just necessarily for you, like, I'm just, like I said, I'm just not a big fan of how we're degrading people for celebrating individuality and this new, very obvious agenda that's trying to be placed on us. But we're rocking through, we're pushing through the noise, and we're still continuing to make products that we love and we feel happy and strong about.
I love that. Yeah, I'll swipe real fast. No, thank you.
Like, go back to my old For You page. It's like, I feel like I have to do a timeline cleanse every week. I'm like, no, you know who I am. Go back to what that was.
Remember me.
Go back.
We actually have time for some Q&A. Okay, we have time for 2 questions. We're about to be in here having
real quick. She said,
we're about to have a whole conversation. Okay, does anyone, oh, I see a hand over here. Can we give her a mic?
Hello. Wow, this mic is okay. So my name is Naomi Glay, and this question is for Tisha. I know that you said that losing your father fueled you, and that resonated with me so deeply because I'm actually launching a brand because I lost my mom last year, and that has kind of been my fuel. And so I wanted to know, I know that can be a fuel, but has that ever deterred you, or has that ever slowed you down in any way, allowing your emotions to kind of lead you when scaling your brand?
I'm sorry to hear that about your mother.
Thank you.
No, actually the opposite, honestly. I think knowing that, my business starting on the backs of his loss and knowing that that kind of fueled me, I think is the passion that drives me to move forward every single day. And when it really gets hard or when it's tough or some of those moments where you're like, I just don't know, I just remember like, this is his legacy. And now my mom, she's also gone now too. And so both of them, for me, it is like my mission to just carry on the legacy of their lives through this business, and then being able to pass on generational wealth that really stem from their life. They worked very hard their entire life. That was a seed that sowed my business, and that could then be the seed that could sow into my children and create generational wealth, something that, we never have experienced in generations and generations of our family. To be able to create that, there's just no question. Like, when it gets tough, it's like you pick it up and you go. And people ask me all the time, like, when do you sleep and how do you do it all? And I'm like, I'll sleep when I'm dead. Like, at the end of the day, I got a mission, I got things to do, and we just got to keep pushing. But that doesn't negate taking time for yourself. That doesn't negate having self-care. That doesn't negate those times where you need to, like, make sure you do check in with yourself, because that is, your health and all of those things are very important. But there is a greater, something much greater that's guiding me, that's getting me through. And it's a challenging time, but I'm enjoying just the process of getting there. I always say, like, there's no elevator to the top. You gotta take the stairs. And if anybody's done stairs lately, it ain't easy, especially if it's a couple floors. So you just gotta, you just gotta keep pushing. It is what it is. It's gonna be hard. It's not, I feel like if it was easy, everybody would be doing it, so.
Thank you. Can we, 2 more, okay, hold on. Can we go to this side, right here? Yes, brown vest.
Hi, everyone. So I have a question about scaling into a retail space. Oh, hi, everyone. My name is Dr. Z. I'm in the starting phase of launching a skincare brand. And so when you're scaling in a retail space, I know you talked about MOQs and you talked about negotiating. Can you please give some tips and tricks when just for when I get to that point, in terms of like, I know like us having a SKU number on your product, if you're selling it online, you may not have that, so now you have to do repackaging because you want to sell it in a retail space. So can you provide some wisdom regarding that?
I feel like first and foremost, like make sure it's the right retailer, especially when it comes to skincare. So there's like department stores, and then there's like derm store, which is like clinical and a little bit more, I guess you could say elevated for lack of better words. Like I would go to like a derm store for like professional grade stuff, right? Versus like Sephora, it's a little bit more trendy, it's a little bit more consumer led. I think that will help determine a lot, first and foremost. Just for like brand positioning, how you market the brand, who is shopping at the brand. I think it'll help answer a lot of questions that you may have before, like figure out what that is before you get there, because I think it will definitely save you a lot of like trouble, and also would help you become a better negotiator. Like if it's at a particular retailer and you're the white space, lean in that, you know what I mean? I don't see you having a brand that offers this product category or that treats this or that addresses this, so let's work together. This is what customers are saying. I think that is very powerful. And what you said about packaging, that's a whole masterclass. Like, oh my God. Packaging and languages, like if you're in Canada, you gotta put French on the back. That's a little bit more complicated, but Tisha, maybe you have more wisdom to add to that.
No, I was going to say exactly what you said. Honestly, I think this day and age, you really have to be able to have negotiating power. You have to be able to show the retailer how you're going to impact their business, what value you're going to bring, and I think what white space you're going to fill. So I think, continuing to build your business, create your why. Proof of concept is also really great, showing the size of your community, your sales, your point of difference, what makes you unique compared to everything else they offer. That allows you kind of that easy access into when you talk about negotiation. So you said everything I would have said. I agree.
And I'll add to that,
Congrats to that.
congratulations. I'll add, because I started a little different. I was filling products in my living room and then went to fulfillment with the manufacturer, who I was able to negotiate down to, the initial MOQ was 500 units, and we went down from 2,000 per shade, where I was like, I can't do that, and got them down from 2,000 per shade to 500 per shade, and they realized that I was going to be able to grow with them, so that's a big thing. Again, similar, so when you're talking to a retailer, when you're speaking to labs, manufacturers, packaging vendors, they need your money just as much as you need their service. And so if you're able to paint the picture about, hey, maybe I can only do 500 right now, I know within a year we're going to be able to come back to you and hit the 2K or whatever it may be. I think also don't feel like you have to come out the box with sparkly, shiny, the most amazing L'Oreal level packaging. No. Make sure, like they spoke about, you want to have that traction, the demand. You want to make sure someone's actually going to purchase your product and know who you are. And so you might go the route of just going with stock packaging first and then going to custom, which is what I did. Stock packaging was what they already had on hand and you could get printed on. Once we had the demand, the revenue, then we went on to custom packaging with our different colored caps and boxes, all of that. And so again, the kind of steady path still pays off in that area too, but make sure you negotiate, make sure you shop around, and make sure you're actually growing your demand before you're just throwing money at something. One more. Oh, thanks, guys. Do we want to go on this side? Where? Oh, right here. Okay.
Hi, my name is Jordan Weaver. I'm the founder and CEO of Forefront, and we're the first influencer marketplace specifically for Black-owned brands and content creators. And we have about 2,000 brands and creators on our platform right now. And I wanted to just ask you all, because I know you're all beauty founders, what are you guys doing to bring UGC and influencer marketing into your business? So just curious how you guys are thinking about that for the future. Because our biggest goal is to see more brands at the forefront through influencer marketing and UGC and getting them visibility on social media. So just curious to see, what your plans are with UGC and influencer marketing.
You mean in terms of what platforms we use today? Is that
just more so the strategies? Like, how are you guys considering using influencers and UGC to grow? Is that something that you guys are focusing on, or are you focusing on other marketing avenues?
I would say we're probably both social first brands. I mean,
Yeah.
You kind of started.
I think the strategy, like I'm sure it's more or less the same, but like on different platforms or with slightly different strategies. But I love working with the UGC community of creators. They've done like all the way down to like video footage for us for like Sephora reviews and stuff. I think it's very good to offer like, because obviously I'm an influencer myself, so it's an influencer-led brand, but I can't be the only one talking about my brand. People would get sick of me, like, and Forever Mood is not the only thing that I use. Like, it's not, most consumers don't shop that way. They don't just use one product. So I think it's even more important that me as an influencer-led brand founder, I have like a full circle approach to a social media strategy that doesn't just rely solely on me. So we love working with UGC creators because they just add us an additional layer of like authenticity and demonstration as well. And one thing that I'm also a really big, huge fan of is like reviews. So before we launch a product, we'll use different platforms so that we already have Sephora reviews ready to go. And most of these are ideas and things that have been presented to me as a founder that like my team came up with. So they're kind of a bit more on the cusp of what is trending and what is, I guess, valuable, I should say, right now as a small business. So my strategy to answer your question is, if people are using a platform, a service, if something is new, if something is hot, if something is working, I want to be at the forefront of it as a founder because I don't want people to just rely on me and just be looking to me. I want people to get a full circle approach. Like we don't shy away from things like a lot, especially luxury. People are still kind of like, should I do TikTok shop? And I'm like, absolutely, you should. Like that's where consumers are. So not being like too bougie or like too know-it-all to be like, hey, I can actually learn and grow from this. That's my strategy, my approach, if that answers your question.
And when I started, I went and DM'd like people that I thought would be really great or that matched the values of the brand to see if they would support the business and let them know what I was doing and if I could send them a package. Because, you know, when I first launched, people still don't know who the hell I am, okay, to be honest with you. And it's okay. But I knew at the end of the day, like I needed to go to people who had larger voices than mine, who had communities that were really sharing the story that I was trying to tell with OIS Beauty, which stands for Love Yourself, and really finding that community of people who are living authentically, loud as themselves, who didn't feel represented or seen in the space, who were just looking for foundation shade that matched their skin. Like, I mean, come on. Is that like, I mean, we treat it like it's like we finding gold or something. And it's like, we just want a foundation that works, right? So basic stuff. And so for me, I just was in people's DMs, like for like the first 3 months when I was starting, and I just was asking them, you know, can I send you this? This is, you know, what I'm doing. And, you know, some people were like crickets and didn't respond, still left on red for a lot of people. But then, you know, other people would respond and be like, sure. And I just, you know, took a leap of faith and sent the product to them, and people tried it and they loved it. And they just started going on YouTube and Instagram and TikTok and posting about it. And then I woke up one day and I was like, what? Like, you know, like this isn't right. And you know, we had a product that just went viral, and, you know, just, it was like just amazing. And it was all from just seeding our products to creators and jumping in their DMs and just shooting our shot. And that's how I started the business. And for me, that's kind of been like our strategy. So we lead every launch with creator-led mailings. We lead every launch. We do very similar what Jackie said. We reach out to our top consumers. So we have a platform that we use that has our most loyal and top consumers that get our products before they actually hit the market, and they get to review them and try them. So we have a lot of strategies we use in launching our products, but we're definitely social first, and that's been a really big success for us.
Thank you both for being so transparent with us today. Can you guys give them a hand? Jackie and Tisha, LYS Beauty, and Forever Mood. Thank you guys.
And Alicia of Range Beauty.
Oh, yeah. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Test, test. Test.
Give a warm round of applause to Jackie.
Woo! Give a round of applause for Jackie, please, and the whole beautiful panel that came on.
They did an amazing, amazing job. So we are going to be transitioning into our next panel. 1 second. So
I hope you guys had a bunch of nuggets from that last beauty panel. You're taking notes. You actually go to the vendor marketplace and shop Forever Mood. Jackie's items are there, so make sure you guys check that out as well in the vendor marketplace.
So the next session we have is called Digital Railroads, and we are going to be introducing the panelists. So we're going to have Lou Bangura. She is the executive leader, author, and a strategist.
Make some noise. Come on out, Lou. There you go.
Then we have Mrs. Aisha Ahmed, founder of Bridge Forte.
Make some noise for her.
Joining them, we're going to have Mr. Charles Olibo, CEO of Soulport.
Let's give it up for him, please.
And last but not least, we have Mr. Seyi Ebenezer, Managing Director and CEO of Piazza Africa Limited.
You're welcome. All right, let's get this party started.
Digital railroads powering U.S. Nigeria commerce through fintech. Tagline, digital railroads powering U.S. Nigeria commerce through fintech. Tagline, driving trade through seamless payments and digital innovation. Cross-border inefficiencies are costing African businesses billions. Transaction fees on U.S. Nigeria remittances average 6 to 7%, well above the UN's 3% Sustainable Development Goal target. Payment delays, fragmented platforms, and data silos further limit SME participation in trade. Fintech-led innovations, from blockchain-enabled transparency to mobile-first cross-border payment systems, are already reducing costs by up to 50% in pilot programs. This panel will explore regulatory alignment, interoperability, and data-driven solutions that can unlock faster, cheaper, and transparent trade flows between Nigeria.
Woo, woo, woo. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. As they said, my name is Lou Bangura. Welcome to the Digital Railroads panel. I was so happy to see you all today. I'm so proud and honored to be sitting aside such visionaries in the world of fintech. I'm going to get started by asking my wonderful panelists, because I've had the opportunity to learn about them through reading about their triumphs and their trials and their successes. Thank you. So I'm going to ask each of the panelists just to, in 1 or 2 sentences, to tell us about yourself. And Seyi, I will start with you.
All right. Thank you, everyone. My name is Seyi Ebenezer. Started a company some 5 years ago called Piazza. I started my career as a corporate finance person. So what Piazza does is that we do B2B fintech business that cut across about 27 countries, 17 of which is in Africa. Our corporate head office in New York, Tribeca, and then we have cut across Canada, and that's what we do. We process transactions in excess of about $400 million monthly.
Thank you. And I'm just going to ask the audience to be a little quieter so we can hear each other on stage and so you all can also hear us on stage. And Miss Aisha.
Hello, everyone. I'm very excited to be here. I know we're not talking about beauty, but it's still a very important conversation. So my name is Aisha Ahmed, Global Finance Leader. Most recently honored as the Sonia Asusunupe, which is literally honorary treasurer and queen of prosperity for Nupe people. And why it's relevant here is that it's all about promoting inclusion, promoting economic opportunity, and this conversation today is exactly about that. How can we get digital railroads to be the catalyst for prosperity on the continent? So I'm very excited to do that. I think, and now what I do after my work at the central bank, I set up a platform called Bridgefort. What Bridgefort does is to architect inclusion by stimulating unusual conversations that get people working together to move the system forward. So very, very excited to be here with you.
Thank you, Aisha. And Charles?
Good day, everyone. My name is Charles Olibo. I'm the founder and CEO of Support, and I'm based in Houston, Texas. Support, we operate currently in 3 countries, which is Nigeria, Rwanda, and here in the United States. Basically, my background has been in technology all my life. So basically, we're trying to improve the banking relationship between the diaspora customers as well as the local banks in their native country. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, honored to be up here with all of you. Ms. Aisha, I've read a lot about you, and I definitely want to commend you on your work of pushing gender equity as a woman myself. So thank you for paving the way, but also bringing us with you. So I want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
And you were able to do that because you helped architect Nigeria's fintech policy landscape. What were the guiding principles behind AFRICON, open banking, and other key innovations of yours?
Thank you very much. I think before I go into that, it's important to set the stage. It's important to say that the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement is one of the most ambitious regional agreements that you can have out there. And as the background to this conversation gave us, it has the potential to grow intra-Africa trade by 50%. Now, 50% might sound like it's a big number or a small number, but if you think of Africa, a continent of 1 billion people, 54 countries, we could be the largest trading bloc. Now, why fintech is important? Because it's fintech that is the missing middle in terms of connecting the trade we have on the continent to other continents, other countries. What were the guiding principles around our innovations? I think one of the biggest guiding principles was sovereignty. So for the domestic card network, we felt that we needed to have our data locally in Nigeria. We needed to manage our FX costs and be more in control of our systems. For open banking, it was about collaboration, about empowering consumers to own their data, and it was about getting banks and fintechs to collaborate on platforms. The results of some of these innovations was that we're able to move financial inclusion from where it was to 74%. It was 11% and the largest growth that we've had in that period. I think the guiding principles for us around regulation and all of that is that we need to co-create with innovators in order to move the system forward and in order to it to be exciting.
So about that, how did you balance innovation and regulation, especially in a space where trust and access are so deeply intertwined?
That's a good question. I think the fundamental principle is that policymakers, regulators, they actually underline your trust. What do I mean by that? If you look at across Africa, we have, 6 unicorns that are either in fintech or in logitech, right? Some of the global investments that we've seen attracted to this is because there's been the solid foundation of regulation that makes international investors comfortable to invest their money. I think the second thing in terms of balancing is that it's not really 2 sides of the coin, in the sense that without innovation, you can't have a varied financial system that has a lot of players, because a lot of players means less risk. A lot of players means better services. A lot of players means more trust, because you have other options, So I'm very proud to say that in Nigeria, it has always been about working together. And I know also that regulators need to listen more. So you come up with solutions that the industry thinks is right. And you also learn and adapt your policies as things progress. So those were the things that we tried to focus on.
Okay, thank you. And Shay, how does your company, Payaza's discipline-first model, reflect or challenge the regulatory landscape?
All right, thank you so much. Going by what Madam Aisha just talked about, for regulatory landscape, first thing that you need to note is that the strength of your vision can only be sustained by the structure. And then what's the structure that the regulator put in place across 54 countries in Africa? most fintech company, most of us, we have issues with regulators. And then coming from my background, being a corporate finance person, I've tended to see that you have to be the friend of your regulator. That's the first thing. So inculcate that into your structure. Then once you find out that your regulator is your friend, they are the maker, checker, and the verifier that you need within your innovation system. So those are one of the things that we put in place within Piazza. Across African country, I'm regulated by almost 17 regulators. Interestingly, the Zav and Zov region has one central regulator, which is once you have a license within that region, you have 8 licenses as a Central African, which comprises Ivory Coast, you have Benin, Togo, Burkina Faso. So you can notice. And then there's an interesting thing within the regulatory space. I think it was Ghana that brought it into place, whereby we talk about passporting. So when you have a license in Ghana, you can always trade as well in Rwanda. So more of those regulatory landscape are really helping in pushing those conversations. And the AFRICO as well that she piloted, and then kudos to her during their tenure. That's when we started from Nigeria. And then more of the inclusion that they did really helped within our system. So it's a welcome development within the regulator and the fintech innovator to work very, very closely hand in hand. And then the fintech player must see the regulator as a friend, not as a foe. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to piggyback a little bit. You mentioned having obstacles around regulations, and your regulator must be your friend. What are some obstacles that you have faced?
So first thing, when you look at the regulator wants you to play within the confines of 3 things, which is number 1, the GDP. When you talked about, that's what the regulator, and then most importantly, they want to look at what exactly are you doing with the currency that you're playing with. So that's more important with, and then for every regulator, want a stable currency. So you can just come with your innovation, expose almost everybody within the market, and then ultimately, the regulator want the fund of each and every participant or any consumer, any merchant that you have to be safe. So those are the major concerns. So in building your system, you have to work with the regulator and ensure that those 3 things are itemized and then concise at exact point. So by so doing, the regulator then see you as a co-player, not as a someone who is destroying the ecosystem.
Okay. All right. Make friends, not enemies. That's your, okay. And Charles, how do Sawport's virtual branches navigate compliance while centering diaspora dignity?
All right. As support, what we have created is pretty much a virtual branch, which is the digital transformation of the physical branch. So basically, whatever you can do in a physical branch now, you can do it from the comfort of your home anywhere in the diaspora. Right? So when we built this solution, we thought about how can we improve this, make it easy for banks to provide services to those in the diaspora. So that's why we came across and put compliance in the forefront when we are building our solution. Right? I've lived in this country for 20 years. I've seen the challenges we in the diaspora go through just to get banking services from the banks in our native countries. And over time, you can see that the banks now are coming over here just to get some of the diaspora money, right? So I'm proud to say I'm sitting down here because of our partnership we have with Fidelity Bank. So this solution we built is the first in the continent, and Fidelity Bank is going to be the first bank in Nigeria to roll out such a solution for the diaspora customers. So you might be wondering, what is a virtual branch? Because this is, like I said, is a new innovative solution. So when you want to talk to someone in the bank, you know how you go to the bank and you provide your ID and they check other things like your BVN and things like that. So with our solution now, you just have to do your facial recognition. It matches your image with what they have in the BVN system. And now when you want to talk to the bank, you are being recorded on the video, and everything is all recorded. And then when you provide documents to the bank, they can verify the authenticity of that document in real time. So if you want to get a loan, rather than taking months and months to get a loan from this bank, they can pre-approve the loan right there while you're talking to them live on the call, right? And other things you can do with our solution is sign documents, do your eKYC and things like that. So we understand dealing with central bank, you have to be compliant, right? So we have to make sure that these things we've done is in compliance with central bank, and that's why we are hosting our solutions on the bank server, because the bank have to control the data. Okay. Yeah, thank you.
And as you were building Sawport, what were some obstacles that you faced?
Some of the challenges, each country have their own central bank, different regulation. Some of them don't even have a license yet for the solution we are building. So sometimes we get a pushback from the banks because say, we need a license for this, but the central bank don't have a license. But that's different from Nigeria and Ghana because they do have licenses. In the case of Rwanda, they don't have a license, so we had to get a written letter to take it to the bank for the banks to adopt the solution. Yeah, so we will run through these challenges in different countries we go to, and basically, over time, they will adopt the solution. Yeah.
So, Aisha, my question for you is if you were designing a cross-continental fintech framework today, what would be non-negotiable?
Okay. I think first thing, interoperability, because you need systems that talk to each other. Secondly, and we're seeing this with AI increasingly, because today we have exclusion in financial systems because some of these legacy systems haven't been built with inclusion in mind. We need inclusion by design in terms of any innovation. So inclusivity where women, youth, those that live in rural areas, those that live in certain parts of emerging markets can access. I think I would also put in some regulatory collaboration in there, just listening to what you're saying about the challenges of working across different African countries or different countries where regulation is not even in terms of their development. Some of what happens is that when there's no license, they use a sandbox that then allows you to, innovate within that sandbox without a license, but not all countries have it. So it'd be good to have some regulatory collaboration in there. And I think also data portability in terms of digital ID. I love what you said about eKYC. I think you mentioned that as well. In this day and age, we should be able to walk up to one bank, and from that bank, if you want to open an account with that bank, you should be able to access your KYC somewhere. You don't need to start providing KYC all the time. And I think finally, a good framework for this should have some data protection as well. Okay. It should place the ownership of the data and the use of the data with the owner, which is the person that is providing it, and it should have strong cybersecurity protections.
Thank you for that. And this question is for all of you. If you could co-design a fintech policy or infrastructure project with the U.S. and Africa governments, what would that look like? And Shay, I'll start with you.
Okay. Recently, I'm passionate about credit rating because that's one of the things I preach across the African continent, that we should have our own international credit rating, tell our stories ourselves, enough of S&P, enough of Fitch. So let us promote our own Data Pro, Augusto, GCR, so that and then the funding across all of those structures can always help everybody. That's what I'm passionate about now.
Thank you. Aisha? Aisha, sorry.
Yeah, probably what I said before, but we should be equal partners in this. We should co-create. So it shouldn't be something where Africa is sort of the recipient of development. We should co-create what an inclusive shared prosperity looks like. So I think a stronger partnership rooted in sort of African uniqueness, taking that, scaling that for the world. I think that's what would work. And I also think that there should be, it's not just about the numbers. So we keep talking about the continent, its size, and the possibility of trade. It should be about prosperity, jobs, equity, opportunity for everyone, So all of these initiatives should translate to that, and that's what will make it sustainable.
Thank you. Charles?
I think in the case of Africa, there should be one regulatory sandbox. Because in our own situation, we have to integrate with 54 sandboxes if all countries have sandboxes. So it's a big challenge because it's going to take a lot of time to do that. But the good thing about it is if you have one, you can invite all the banks to come test the solution, to use the solution, and the central bank can also check to see if we're in compliance with their own regulatory policy. So I think if I was going to redesign something, I would say have one centralized sandbox where all the banks in Africa can come use that. Now, how is that possible? I don't know yet, but I think we're going to get there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, sounds great. And as we wind down in our time, I want to ask each of you to give a few words of advice to anyone who is looking to enter the fintech space, or they might already be in it and be a little bit frustrated at progress, or like we mentioned, some of the obstacles that you all faced. And Aisha, we'll start with you.
Okay, so build with from a local perspective, but build with scale in mind from the beginning. So Lagos, Kigali, very, very different from Atlanta, right? So build with that in mind. I think the second thing I would say is you need to strengthen your compliance systems. You need to, no matter how small you are, you need to prepare for when you really grow large. Because these days, as you move money around, fintech scale very quickly. And if you don't build those systems that help you manage your risk, manage operational risk and reputational risk, you are not prepared. And then I think finally I would say persist. There's a lot of opportunity on the continent, and just persist.
Thank you. Shay?
All right, so if you're going to start, to me, my emphasis is on character. So, and that's my advice to anybody coming to the fintech space. And character depicts integrity, so that's for me. So if you build, and I usually ask a question, I said, why do you think a thief have a bank account? Because he believes that if he keeps his money in the bank, it's safe, and anytime he can go there and then withdraw the money. So it makes sense to him. So if you have a character, then you have everything to run a very good fintech company, because people's funds are going to be with you. Their life are dependent on you. All of their future are dependent on you, and then their career of people's on you. So if you build that character, then you solve the capital problem, the integrity problem, and then the discipline around it. So those are my advice to anyone coming to the fintech space.
Thank you. And Charles, last but certainly not least.
I would say fintech is not about payments. It's bigger than payments now, right? I think most people, when they hear fintech, all they think about is payment. Here in the States, there's something they call like the remote deposit capture, where you take a picture of your check and it deposits into your bank account, right? And they have loan application. That's also fintech. They have e-statements. That's fintech. So I think they should tap into other areas and not just payments. These days seem like everyone in Africa is trying to do a payment solution. Now, how many payment solutions do we have? So many of them. But there's some other areas I think we need to address to make life simple for us. So that's what I'll say. Anyone trying to get in this space.
Thank you. And this conversation is coming to a close. I want, if we could give a round of applause for our panelists. While this was a short conversation, they have a lot of information and knowledge to share, so I encourage you to connect with them as you see them around the conference or on LinkedIn, and just, ask your questions then. And thank you all for being here with us today.
Thank you, and thank you for great moderating.
We are the nexus driving growth through the veins of our country. The pipeline of ideas to dreams. Across 36 states, we are planting seeds. North, east, south, and west. From rice mills to plantations, we set the soil ablaze for the sprouting. We manufacture, we take flight. We build, we trade, we connect. Nourish the bellies of our people, give them a backbone, transforming community. We do things different. Never backing down, we scale up. We keep our word. Through 500 tongues, we speak the languages of grit, of drive, of growth, of enterprise. We are indigenous, proudly Nigerian. This is our own. We are Fidelity.
We are Fidelity. We keep our word.
Everyone talks about black excellence, about culture, about connections.
But what good is that if you don't have access to it?
The truth is, for creatives, for entrepreneurs, for young professionals of African descent, access is still the greatest barrier.
Access to capital, access to networks,
access to real opportunities that change lives.
We are done waiting. That's why AFRICON exists.
AFRICON isn't just a party.
It's not just a conference, it's a platform, it's a bridge.
Every panel, every private room, every handshake at AFRICON is designed to close the gap.
I pitched to many investors, but it was at AFRICON where I met funders who looked like me, who understood me and believed in what I was building.
This is how we build Black wealth. This is how we raise the value of African culture.
This is how we change the narrative globally. Because when Africa rises, the diaspora rises. When the diaspora rises, Africa thrives.
AFRICON. The future is ours.
If we build it together.
I hope you guys enjoyed that last panel.
Yes, yes, and took some nuggets from that, took some notes.
So the next panelist that we bring in is for borderless business.
Nice. When we talk about borderless business, we talk about businesses that scale the globe. We bring in over 100 billion annually in remittances. So we want to talk about that today on this panel.
That's a lot. 100 billions is a lot.
We
But
get
let's
money.
introduce our next panelist.
All right, who we got?
We have Dennis Asamoah,
Dennis Asamoah. Make some noise for
co-founder
him.
and CEO of Forever Mood.
Next up, we have speaker Amira Rasul, the founder and CEO of The Folklore.
Then we have Tammy Butler, Vice President, Deals Advisory and Strategy.
Next up, we have Tabiti Stevens, the Chief Strategy Officer and International Business Development Director at Steve Harvey Global. Okay. Make
And
some
then
noise.
last but not least, we have Mr. Kalule Goatude. I hope I didn't pronounce that incorrectly, but founder of Bora Bond.
Nice, make some noise for him.
Borderless business. How the diaspora
Awesome.
is driving global entrepreneurship. The African diaspora contributes over $100 billion. Borderless business. How the diaspora is driving global entrepreneurship. The African diaspora contributes over $100 billion annually in remittances, surpassing foreign direct investment and official development aid combined. Beyond remittances, diaspora entrepreneurs are building businesses that straddle continents, creating jobs and fostering innovation. From fintech startups in Lagos funded by diaspora syndicates in London, to cultural ventures in Atlanta with African investors, This session explores how global networks are fueling entrepreneurship. We'll discuss how diaspora founders access capital, scale across markets, and bridge opportunities between Africa and the world, proving that diaspora business is more than remittance. It's a driver of transformative global growth.
Amazing. We'll talk about an intro there. Well, hello, everybody. It's my honor to moderate this amazing panel. We have people coming from various industries far and wide to talk to us about the path of entrepreneurship. So I'll dive right in. Maybe, Kulule, I'll start with you. You started your entrepreneurial journey by launching a high school wiki, which isn't the typical path. Can you take us back to that time, coming to the US? What was it about your upbringing that led you to the path that you're on now?
So I would say probably my mom. So she used to give me exact lesson I needed. So for example, I used to be in day school, and she gave me about 50 cents every day to go to school, so I had to make it work. And so that was very challenging. And so I took a very early negotiation with my tattoo conductor to let me on for a discount. And over time, I had to find a way to make money as a kid. So at that point, I was in Uganda, and she was at Makerere University. So this is 2006, and I had very good access to the internet. So I began making websites. And so my very first big deal was I made a website for my school, which again, if I do the math, that was 3 times my tuition. And essentially, I got to survive for like months off of that. So that's how I got into making money, making websites for different schools. And then that's how I made the wiki as well.
Amazing. Well, tell us about Borabond and how we got there.
So again, Borabond is a platform that enables African diaspora people to invest in African government bonds. And so the story behind that is that after school, I began working at McKinsey. And working at McKinsey meant that I couldn't invest in the stock market. And part of that is that we get so much access to non-public information, and so the risk of insider trading is so high. So I looked for alternate ways of investing because I didn't want to do index funds or ETFs. So I looked into something else that I was passionate about, right? So I'm Ugandan, I'm African. I always wanted to live in Africa at some point. And so I thought like Africa was a must-invest destination. But the challenge was that if you're looking to invest on a continent and in the US, there is very limited ways you can do that. So essentially, most diaspora people, when they invest on a continent, they tend to do real estate, apartments, renters, and that money never comes back, right? And so the challenge is that you invest that money, and you invest alongside friends and family, and so you end up losing that money and straining the relationship. So that's how I got into the idea of how about we enable the diaspora invest in an asset class that gives them, number one, accountability and transparency, and number two, competitive returns. And so African government bonds fit that profile, and so Borabond is a way to enable Africans in the US be able to get access to this asset class.
Amazing. So Amira, you kind of have a reverse story. You know, Kulule was in Uganda, and now he's here. I know you completed your studies at Cape Town. Tell us about that experience and what brought you to the folklore.
Yeah, so I actually grew up in New Jersey, Black American, went to South Africa for the first time in undergrad on vacation, and just fell in love with the country. And I was trying to figure out a way that I could move back and also start a business, because I always wanted to start a business. And what I realized when I was there is that there were all these designers that I had no idea about there. And when I went back home to New York and tried to find them online or order them online, they didn't have an e-commerce site that would allow me to shop from New York. And so I had the idea of, I've been in the fashion industry for a long time. I'd, interned at Women's Wear Daily. I was working at V Magazine. I had the network. I knew how to tell good stories. And then I had the desire to live on the continent, specifically in South Africa. So that's what really inspired the folklore, is seeing that there was an issue, this was back in 2016, of brands not having access to global customers, and then even when they do have the visibility, not having the logistics in place, whether that be payment gateways or the ability to ship at a reasonable price, And so that's what started the Folklore. We started as a multi-brand, direct-to-consumer e-commerce platform that sold over 50 designers from across Africa and the diaspora to global consumers. And then we ran that successfully for 4 years and then pivoted into what we are today, which is a technology solution that allows brands to sell across multiple marketplaces, social media channels, and search engines, be able to sell anywhere at affordable discounted rates, and then be able to optimize their product images and descriptions with AI. So we started out just being able to provide that visibility and the access to brands at the early stages of people really starting to pay attention to the continent and fashion and beauty and home products that are coming out of there. And then we pivoted to make sure that they had the tools that now that they have the attention, that they'd be able to continue to build and cater to the global audiences in the way that these audiences are used to being catered to from local, like American brands.
Amazing. And while we're on the topic of consumer, Dennis, I'd love for you to tell us what's the story behind Forever Mood. Take us to the beginning. I believe it started in the pandemic, right?
Yes, 2020, crazy times when we were all stuck at home and we didn't know what was going on. But yeah, during that time, me and my wife, we thought this was a good time to really launch our fragrance brand, and we started with candles. And ironically, it was like the perfect time because people couldn't go anywhere, so it was a great way to have candles to set the mood, help improve people's, how they felt at home and stuff. But yeah, it's been a journey. This is our 5-year in business. We launched Fine Fragrance in 2024. We're currently at Sephora, and yeah, we're just trying to expand and do amazing things.
Amazing, yeah. Claps to that. You guys can find Forever Mood in the room behind us. Tabidi, you also started entrepreneurship very early. I read an article about you selling Kool-Aid when you were in high school. Tell us about how you got from there to Steve Harvey Global.
I mean, I think it's just being inquisitive. I think, everybody in this room, you're here because you're trying to get some information, right? And there are people outside who might be missing some little gems, but whatever we're about to say isn't meant for them. So I'll say, like, the first thing that took me from how she said selling Kool-Aid. I've done a lot of stuff before selling Kool-Aid, but yes, I did sell Kool-Aid in high school to running Steve Harvey's International Business and Investments. I would just say, just being inquisitive and having belief in myself that, I had the ability to do things that no one around me or any of my peers thought was even possible. In my company, I run our whole international business division, so if any of y'all here know, I'm pretty sure you all have seen since 2018 how much Mr. Harvey has been on the continent. Well, that's because for 2 years prior to that, I was convincing him about what the opportunities lie on the continent. And since myself, example, Family Feud, South Africa, Family Feud, Ghana. We just filmed Family Feud, Botswana last year. I executive produced all of those shows. They're number one, or they were number one when they were running in both countries. And I think it's number one in Botswana right now, right? But for me, the only reason I got that opportunity is because I had done previous research and I was aware and I had took the time to travel to Africa in my youth. And when Mr. Harvey said he wanted to go to Africa, all the executives who were ahead of me at the time didn't see the opportunity. And he asked a simple question. He said, I want to go to Africa to do TV. And he was like, who wants to do it? And say all of us was in a meeting and no one raised their hand. And I was like, and no one believed in the opportunity. And now Africa's the biggest thing on our business blueprint, right? But it's all because of like having the foresight and belief in myself and belief in the ideas that I had and going to conventions and talking to people and like investing in myself that opportunity came about.
Yeah, and I think, of course, definitely clap it up for that. I think what you touched on personally and also in your career is the importance of strategic partnerships and relationships. I'm wondering, all of you, if you can talk to us about the people that have supported you through your entrepreneurial journey, what sort of hurdles you have faced and how having the right people around you helped you get to where you needed to be. Anybody can hop in.
Well, I mean, I think if you have people around you that support your dream and your vision, that is amazing. And you should, hold on to those people. But I'm gonna be real with you, a lot of times you're not gonna have anybody around you who's gonna understand anything that you're going through or the task that you're looking to achieve, and that's okay. For myself, I started a shoe company when I was in high school. Everyone said why. Everyone said it wouldn't make sense. No one has ever started a shoe company at 18 or 15, however old I was, right? And if I would have listened to them, then I would never be sitting here today because I wouldn't have the opportunities that I have, right? So I would say, like, yes, if you have somebody supporting you, good, but if not, it's okay because no one's gonna believe in you until you believe in yourself. And if you feel that you can't find a mentor in, creating a tech or creating a candle or creating a school, then you can find somebody who's successful, right? Like you might not find somebody in your exact field, but you should focus on trying to find somebody who's successful and just try to pattern patterns of success. Majority of successful people, I guarantee you, 85% of all of our routines are the same. Time of the day might be different, but I guarantee you it's pretty much the same because success is about habits. Success is about, perseverance. Success is about, I have a belief in myself that something can get done. Nothing really is impossible, right? Everything was once impossible. Wi-Fi, I'm talking without a microphone cord, flying, you know what I'm saying? Everyone, like, my name's Tabidi. I'm from Atlanta, born and raised. In the 90s, they used to call me an African booty scratcher, right? But now, from the last 5, 6 years, everybody's telling me about how turned up Ghana is. I'm like, boy, y'all are so late, right? But now it's the hottest thing. So, sorry.
Absolutely. And believing in yourself is so important. I think something interesting that I read is that Klule, you started in consulting and then went into entrepreneurship. And Dennis, you are in investment banking and now you're in entrepreneurship. Tell us about taking that risk from a very stable job to really leaping to doing something that is not promised.
Yeah, I left a very stable job doing investment banking in London, and actually also left London to move to LA to pursue love, and people thought I was crazy, but it worked out well. I'm thankfully married and happily married. But that goes back to your beliefs and really, truly betting on yourself. I've always been very entrepreneurial, had multiple businesses, some successful, some failures, but ultimately, I've always wanted to, bring things to life, and I enjoy the creativity of seeing an idea, come to life. So yeah, it's been fun, and it's tough at times, and you can't feel sorry for yourself. It's just funny seeing the different spectrum, like obviously getting paid a monthly salary when you're working for someone else versus one day you're struggling or you don't know if you're going to pay, make rent or do this, and that's part of the entrepreneur journey that makes it fun and enjoyable. So yeah.
So I would say I like what Mandela said about this when he said that may your actions be inspired by your hopes and not your fears. And so when I think about leaving consulting or private equity, that was safe, right? That's a very safe career. I could easily have been comfortable over time, but my hope is that I could contribute to the continent. And so right now, I used to, honestly, the kind of lifestyle I had, every time I went back home, I'd be very embarrassed. Like, we barely have anything working, and so why am I that comfortable? I used to feel bad, right? But right now, again, what we're doing at Borrowbond, we're hoping to enable capital flows into the continent. So right now, Africa has a financing gap of about $100 billion every year. That's money not invested in actual infrastructure. And the diaspora sends them about 100 billion, so exactly 1-to-1, right? And so the goal is that, what if we enable the diaspora invest in the infrastructure that Africa needs? So that's the kind of Africa I want to see for tomorrow, and that's my hope. So I let my hopes inspire my actions, not my fears. So for me, I didn't think about it as risk. I thought about, okay, if I look back 10, 20 years from now, what do I want to see? And then I'm working towards that.
That's beautiful. I want to talk about the elephant in the room, which often is the money question. I think that you guys have, built up your companies in various ways. I think, Amira, you've gone the venture route. Dennis, you've bootstrapped. Talk to us about the challenges that you faced in raising funds for your firms.
Yeah, so we started the Folklore with $20K of my money, and then my dad gave me $10K. He said it was an investment, but he's not getting that back. So I bootstrapped it for the first, I would say, 3 years, and then the first angel check I ever got was actually this random white woman in London, who was American, and found me on Twitter. And that was after like talking to dozens of investors and just getting told no, because I didn't really know what I didn't know, and was not raising capital the right way. And so what that check turned into like another angel check, and then we got accepted into an accelerator, and that's really what changed it for me, is we got accepted into this accelerator called Techstars Seattle, and it was basically like a boot camp for this is how you raise capital. And not only did they tell you how to do it the right way, but they also gave you access to any investor that you wanted to, because the Techstars network was so strong. So it's not just about, okay, do you know the mechanics of it? Like, do you know if you're raising off of a safe versus are you raising a priced round? It's also, do you have the right list of investors and can you get access to them? Because just sending an investor a cold email, you're not gonna get a response. It's all who you know. And so it's honestly the reason why a lot of Black people, specifically Black women, don't get capital, not because we don't have great businesses, but because we don't have the access to investors. And so when we did go through Techstars, they helped us with intros to all of our investors that we wanted to get to. We ended up closing our first round with, I think, 70% Black investors. We've now raised $6.4 million to date in venture capital funding. Thank you. But all of that was through network, people connecting me with the next investor. It was also through just having that know-how each round. It was, learning what I didn't do right on the first round. But yeah, that's really was my experience. I don't encourage everybody to raise venture capital because it is very much a rat race. You're going to be raising until you sell. I do think a lot of times we think that we need more than what we actually need, but there's definitely been times where like I've blew through a bunch of money on like something that I'm like, I thought it was going to be a sure bet, so then we had a very small amount to work with, and that very small amount and that very small team actually took me much further than the maybe 100K that I'd actually blown. So think about things like grants, think about things like angels, people who are in the industry that you're already in. So say you're like, I have a beauty business. Think about like, okay, who's the CEO of Estee Lauder? They'll have a check for $25K for you. They're not going to be expecting the 10x return that a venture capital investor will. So those are some of like the things, that was my experience.
Amazing. And Dennis, I think you're bootstrapped as well. Tell us what that's like, and you've been in the business for 5 years now.
Yeah, we are self-funded. We haven't actually raised any investment in 5 years, but we have tried, especially during tough times, and it actually taught me that it's actually not good to raise money when you're desperate, because that's when you get really bad deals and offers. And I'm glad we never raised during that time. It was we're in 2025, so 2023, really tough time for the business. We lost a lot of money. We had to dispose of a lot of goods that we could no longer use, and it was dire times. But we remained consistent and really believed and kept pouring back into the business. And sometimes it's going to take that, and you're going to make these sacrifices in order to see big wins. So on the back of a really bad year, the following year, we had our best sales for the business. So it just shows sometimes during them tough times, kind of just focus and prioritize trying to grow the business rather than trying to get distracted, trying to raise money.
Absolutely. And I know that this is a panel about entrepreneurship, but I'd love to talk a little bit about intrapreneurship. Tabidi, you work at a large enterprise. What's it like balancing your own entrepreneurial vision while working in a firm?
Easy. I just feel like in today's economy, the only job you can't lose is when you provide for yourself. So like, I have a great job, and luckily I'm on the other side of the table that these guys are talking about now, where I'm not raising them, but looking to invest. So everything they're saying is very much so true. And being a Black woman, I put my hats off to you for raising any million, any seven-figure deal. Like, I know for a fact how amazing that is. So like, congrats to you. But I'll say, it's easy. Like, I work in a position where I do a lot of deals and business for a lot of high net worth people, and Harvey doesn't want to do every deal. That doesn't mean it's not a good deal. So for me, it's just about, maximize my time and, 8 hours for him, I'm gonna do 8 hours for myself. So it's pretty.
Absolutely. So I think we have about a minute left, so I'd love to go through some rapid fire questions. One piece of advice for a young entrepreneur in the room. Kulile, you start.
So I would say I love this book called The Alchemist. And the thesis of the book is that the world conspires to make your dreams come true. Whatever you need to do, just go ahead and do it. The world will find the people and the resources to help you get it done.
That's great.
My piece of advice that I give to an entrepreneur, you just got to be relentless, man. It's going to be hard. Like, the people, we're not, I mean, I probably do think I am the best, but it's probably someone better than me somewhere. But I really just have a belief in myself that I can really accomplish anything I put my mind to. And if I don't believe in myself, then no one else will. If she doesn't believe that she has a $10 million company, I'm not going to write her a $10 million check. So you just have to believe in yourself more than anyone else will ever believe in you. And just be relentless, because it is not going to work. It's going to be hard, and you just have to wake up the next day and still have that faith when you haven't made money, when you late on your bills, when you late on your payroll. Like, you just have to continue that faith and perseverance, because at the end of the day, the people who win are the people who don't quit. It's not the people who just got lucky the first time.
And I have two. One is closed mouths don't get fed. You need to ask for what you want, and that's the only way you're going to get it. And then scared money don't make none. So you need to actually make sure that you are going into this fearless. It's okay to have doubt sometimes, but don't let that stop you from getting to where you need to go.
For me, simple. Google's your best friend. And now AI is going to be a lot of people's best friends. And I can promise you there's a lot of things in business where you don't know the answers to, and you just have to figure it out. And that's just kind of how I approach most things in life. Like, just learn, put yourselves out there, speak to people. If you don't have the network, reach out to people.
I think that one's out. Okay, you guys can share that one. The second rapid fire question is, it's 2030. What's the one bet you think that entrepreneurs, African entrepreneurs or diaspora entrepreneurs should be looking at? It's okay if it's your industry, but if so, tell us why.
So I'd say it's a diaspora, because people think that diaspora sends home $100 billion, but that's through the formal channels. If you consider people going with cash back home, people taking a phone to set it off back in Nigeria or back in Kenya or wherever, the number jumps up to like 2x, 3x, right? So I'd say if you're innovating for Africa, you must innovate for the diaspora.
I did not hear the question.
You didn't hear it?
Mm-mm.
What's your bet? If you had a young entrepreneur come to you, you're telling them what you think the next big bet is in 5 years, what would it be? What would you stake your money against?
I'll just tell you what I'm doing. So right now, at a high level, I would say if you're doing anything on any country, try to go in at a government level. If you're in a country that is, doing the right things at that level. But it's simple. Build it for CD, RAM, Pula, whatever your currency is, and export it for USD. If you can do that, the margins and the returns that you will see will be astronomical. Africa is the only country in the world that doesn't have to import anything. It's all export. If you look at any of the train tracks on the countries on the continent, all of them stop, right? So after that, I think it's pan-continental trade, right? Like, once they really figure that out.
And just coming from the tech side of things, anything AI and AI enablement when it comes to technology, what we learned from introducing AI to about a third of the brands we work with are based in Africa, and we just released a new feature where they can add models to their images, or they can like take a model out, have plain backdrops, and also create descriptions through AI. And these are all brands that typically would not be using AI, but if you teach them and you make it very simple, it's one of those things that you're going to be able to like change and complete industry wherever you choose to invest. So I would say looking at AI from a technology standpoint.
And are you integrating AI into your business today?
Yeah, so now now brands can actually use AI to create content for their products. So people who might have just taken a photo of a T-shirt on a hanger can now put it on a model and have it look like a professional photo shoot. They can do the same thing with descriptions for product descriptions to help them rank higher in SEO. We're launching a new feature next quarter where we can create an entire content calendar for them and publish it directly from our platform to their social channels. So those little things that a lot of these small businesses don't have, a team to do, being able to put AI right and make it very simple for them is going to be the game changer. And that's the thing that most of our brands now, since just even introducing it this past quarter, are utilizing on our platform.
Incredible.
My bet is that we're going to see more entrepreneurs come from Africa, from diaspora, especially with AI, as I've alluded to. Obviously, AI is a bit scary, some of the things that it's doing. And obviously, with anything that is big, there's bad and good. But I think for the good side of things, my bet is that people are going to use it to wherever. Use the example around content, now you're not going to need a photo shoot. You can use it to help generate your product shoots. It's actually going to allow the entry to entrepreneurship be lower. So rather than spending maybe $20,000 to launch a business, you might need to spend only $5,000. So I think there's going to be great opportunities.
And for the last question before we wrap up, I'd love to know anything that has happened in your entrepreneurial journey that seems so simple now that was very difficult at the time, either a silly moment or a hard moment that you wish you just had known when you started out.
One thing that I think people don't factor in, especially if you have a product business, make sure you think about the size and the weight, because shipping is bloody expensive. So that's one thing I wish I knew.
I would say to just start, don't overthink it, because I know a friend of mine, mother, I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna launch this company in 2 years, all of this stuff, I want to get the business model, all the money, and she goes, you're gonna be planning for the rest of your life. She was like, launch it at the end of this year. And yeah, you're going to run into situations that you can't plan for, so there's no better time than the present. Don't stop yourself, just launch it now.
What was the question?
One silly thing that happened to you in your entrepreneurial journey that you just wish you knew at that time that seems so simple now?
You said a silly thing?
Silly thing, or something that happened when you were starting out that you think is silly now. And by the way, you didn't talk about your shoe company at all, so maybe you tell us a little bit about that. You don't have to.
No need to talk about the shoes. But one silly thing that happened to me that's I don't know, I mean, now that I'm older in my entrepreneurial journey, I'll just be like, just make sure you pay your taxes. make sure you pay your taxes. But but seriously, I realized when you really get in the rooms, a lot of times you're just happy to be there, right? And it's very intimidating, and you think that you don't belong, or you think that you're being blessed, or you think that you're just lucky to be in this room. But the more that you're in the room, and the more that you're at the table, and the more that you contribute, you realize that these billionaires or these presidents or whoever it is that you might idolize, once you meet them and you really have a conversation with them, they don't have anything that you don't have, right? But the one thing that they did have was that faith and the belief, or that persistence, or that consistency to keep going. Anybody trying to do anything successful or doing anything hard is going to have peaks and valleys. And as long as you know that and you keep a steady head, you'll be cool. But I didn't know that when I first started.
So I'd say when you're starting out, you tend to rely on your immediate network for a lot of support, right? You think your friends are going to support you, and that's almost like a it really hurts when your friends actually don't support you, and it almost feels like a betrayal. But what I've learned is that it's easier to get support for your business outside of your close friends, and you just have to get used to it to know, okay, fine, your friends actually won't support you because they put you in a box, they know you're a certain way, and once you try to break out, it's very new to them, they don't know how to react to that, right? And so just get used to your friends not supporting you and then looking for that elsewhere.
That's great advice. I've been told we have time for 2 or 3 questions, so if anybody has a question, please raise your hand.
Hi guys, my name is Yasmin, and I guess my question would be surrounding mentorship. And you all have built very successful businesses, and you're looking forward to what comes next. But as somebody, I just started my MBA, so I'm kind of new in the business world. I think that mentorship is really important, and I think that having support or guidance or somebody to tell you when you're going down the wrong path or the right path is really important. So how do you go about finding the right mentor or seeking that support?
Okay, cool. I'm really big on mentorship. So I'm like born and raised in Atlanta, Georgia, and I really attest to like, I wanted to be in the mafia, but I'm skinny and I don't want to go to jail. But that's why I do business. I say that, but I'm serious, right? But for me, I'm the biggest proponent of mentorship. And a lot of times, I said it earlier, I had a shoe company when I was in high school. I was making my own shoes. No one in my world of worlds, 100 degrees away, had no idea of how to make shoes. And everyone told me I was crazy, I was dumb, I don't have any idea of how to do it, right? But I wanted a mentor. So what did I do? I went and got an accounting mentor just to learn accounting. I worked at the bakery to learn baking. Like, you might not necessarily find somebody in your field, but I believe that it is your duty to find somebody that you look up to and admire in some way, shape, or form, right? If you're working for a boss that you don't admire, then you're not gonna like your job. If your boss doesn't have a life that you wanna have, then you will never like that job, right? You need to find somebody who you like how they carry themselves, how they speak, how they handle themselves, right? And now the next question is, how do you get that person to be your mentor? The first thing I can say is, she said it, closed mouths don't get fed. Ask, reach out, be annoying. If someone says, take down my info, here's my number, take it, and then if they say you can hit me anytime, my disclaimer, and I do it today, any billionaire I meet, hey, don't say I can call you anytime because I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna be a sponge. And be persistent, because they're gonna say one or two things. If I email you every Monday, they're gonna say Tabidi is crazy or he's persistent as hell, right? And stay on that persistence. And if that person doesn't want to give it to you, it's okay. It's somebody who will, but just continue to look and continue to ask. And like, I believe like the next generation has to be better. So there are some people who really believe in it and some people who don't. But like, just ask, be yourself, and then just be respectful of people's space. Like, if they're talking to somebody, just wait. Like, just be a human, But find you a mentor. And if you can't find a mentor, autobiographies. I am the biggest proponent of autobiographies. If someone lived 100 years and you can get 100 years of expertise in 8 hours of reading, why wouldn't you do it, right? Human nature doesn't, history changes, but human nature remains the same. Every crisis we're going through, every financial crisis, we've had 9 of them since the 1900s. They're all the same. Entrepreneurship is all the same. Jeff Bezos, he looks up to Sam Walton. Sam Walton looks up to Henry Ford. Henry Ford looks up to Benjamin Franklin. They all have the same characteristics. So if you can't find a mentor, just go to autobiographies and just read of successful people. Sorry.
That's great advice. Especially during your MBA, it's a prime time to just reach out to people. You're a student. Everybody really loves to speak to students, so definitely capitalize on moments like these here at AFRICON. Any other questions?
First off, thank you guys for sharing your stories and especially your vulnerabilities. I have a quick question, and I hope all the attendees can answer as honest as possible. When you think about Africa, could you all tell me what you think is an endemic opportunity only for Africa in the context of other countries? Like, for example, India, they have a very exceptional fintech. Vietnam, excellent at outsourcing. China, they're really good for e-commerce and how they experiment across the board, whether it's manufacturing or cell phones, drones. What do you think only Africa can do and can keep that sustainable advantage when many other countries and companies tend to exploit it? Almost like a colonialism 2.2 or.
Very, very tough question. Great question, by the way. As you were speaking, what came to my mind is agriculture, Like there's only certain types of food or vegetables that can be made at a certain quality in certain African countries, and holding on to that is going to have that uniqueness. I think that's a great opportunity. I would say gold, but for a long time now, gold has been expanded to so many other countries, and if I'm being honest, other countries have exploited a lot of African countries around gold. So it's a tough question. I don't have the answer to it, but no, thank you for that question.
I'd agree with culture.
I'd say.
Yeah, just to hop in, I think like we saw it here today. If you visited during the music panel, we had Abdul talking about Afrofuture. I mean, people are trying to export our culture into the US, and it's a really hard thing to do, and it's a thing that can't be replicated. So I think that that's something that only lives in Africa and can only come from Africa.
I'd say it's African diaspora. So there's a saying that if you need a society to develop, you just need 10% of the population as a critical mass to achieve development. And so when you think about Africa, I think that 10% is a diaspora, right? Because when you look at African diaspora, it's been very, very successful. So I've been in all these spaces. So for example, I was at McKinsey, and the black partners, at least 80% were African. I was in private equity, same thing, right? So if you think about the collective of the diaspora, the resources, the knowledge, and all of that, that's Africa's silver bullet. That's Africa. If at all we can tap into that, then that's something that could take us to the next level.
What I would say to your question is the difference between the countries you named and the continent is it's 54 countries, right? So the hardest thing about that is, I'll just use South Africa, for example, where I film TV a lot, right? Most of my friends, 7 to 8 different languages, are just sitting in one circle, right? So I think the first thing is figuring out how do you help with the pan-continental trade. And then as far as resources, I said it at the beginning, batteries, lithium, mining is an industry that you go into, right? If you leverage that properly, I'm sure you can get into tech. But the issue is, it's the banking, and it's the financing, and it's the structure, and it's the countries aren't necessarily working together or having the infrastructure of an India or a China, right? So until we figure that out, I can't tell you how we get a continent of 54 to do what a country of 1 is doing, honestly.
Thank you. I think we have time for one more. Yeah.
Hi guys, my name is Lauren and I'm a student at Syracuse University. So I was also in South Africa for 3 months working with social enterprise and working for local entrepreneurs. And so now I'm working towards on getting the Western side really interested in Africa and what it has to offer, because it has so much to offer. How would you pitch to someone from the Western side who's like an angel investor or who's an investor and wants to say, I want to tap into Africa, but what does it have to offer?
I would say don't pitch to anybody who has no experience or no knowledge of Africa already, because you will waste your time. And honestly, they're not going to be, there's an ignorance there, and they don't feel like there's enough value and that they can make enough money for them to even take the time to learn about it. And that's how I went about raising capital, is I did not talk to any white male that only had invested in one black woman or one white woman. You're not about to waste my time, right? So you gotta go to, there's tons of people, even just in this room, who have the appetite for wanting to invest. So go to the people that are already doing it and that you've seen that they have that interest, and don't talk to anybody else, because it's just gonna be a waste of time.
I would say it's proof of concept. Like, for example, Family Feud is the #1 game show here in America, right? So for Steve Harvey to go to his partners in the UK and say, hey, I want to take this show to Africa, where I know it's going to be successful and I'm going to host it, and for them to tell him that it wasn't going to work, I think it had to be proof of concept, right? So for the first 2 years, we had to self-fund it, and then after we showed the numbers, it's like, she's not lying. Like, they have to have some type of idea of what the opportunity is, because they think everybody's poor, and they don't understand that Johannesburg or Cape Town could look like Miami or, Los Angeles the same way, right? So
Amazing. Well, thank you to our wonderful panelists. This was such an incredible panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, you want to stick around. In the next 15 minutes, we have our upcoming panel featuring the Bunch.
I'm a piano, it's a big vibe, but the girls them know. Steadily, steadily, heavily. I'm a piano, it's a big vibe, but the girls them know. They see me coming, then they shout hallelujah. Every day it be like a new year. Overseas they want chop me like suya. I know beat up for this dunya. Tire so greasy, he dey dance like Chris Breezy, easy. I'm on my wrist, they code, they freeze you. Them know they call me Mr. Money for no reason. I see they go, I'm a piano. We go show, we go let them know. Now we they run the town and any show bigger than any woe, stronger than any foe. Bad man flows, put them on their toes, on the low, the girl them know. My bed is short, South Jamo, Colorado, pass me the fatty jumbo. Piano, it's a big vibe, but the girls them know. Steadily, steadily, heavily. I'm a piano, it's a big vibe, but the girls them know.
Yeah, what you call? Oko Nigino. Bad bitches want to wale sherry one. Turn me up, we are carry on. Shake your caravan for the Don Corleone. What the fuck? Get it on the floor. I can never fall. RIP to 44. I'm trading all of my soul now for my peace. I'm glad I made it, had a belly, I'm the beast. From the ground up, niggas stand up. See the fandom, we know they do random. But we then shine down, and then they never down. I'm telling y'all, better get the memorandum. One thing I know, I'm a piano, all on my piano. No, Messi I know, Italiano, Lucky Luciano, killing bitches all I know.
Piano, it's a big vibe, but the girls them know. Steadily, steadily, heavily. I'm a piano, it's a big vibe, but the girls them know. I see they go, I'm a piano. We go show, we go let them know. Now we dey run the town and any show bigger than any woe, stronger than any foe. Bad man flows, put them on their toes, on the low, the girl them know. My bedroom shot down South Jamo, Colorado, pass me the fatty jumbo.
Azuna le tate, azuna le tate, azuna le tate, tanu tata, azuna le tate, azuna te tate, azuna te tate, ay, tanu no no la wala, I don't know what I gotta take that, wait up, wari busa, why baka, I don't know what I gotta take that, wari busa. I know she like me, and when you're cause she my baby. Sagalina, cause she my baby. Kali take a like you, kira ina kada she. Ay 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 ay.
My sister barouye, I tell my no love pay. Saka swipe, ite ngarate. Ega wengene matale, sebangi fimba sekute. Mama, hey, na 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 na.
le teng. Sure, fetsa bjang Lesotho.
Since 1947, the matter never settle. You be what I be get to. Masability lo nya lenu. Better recognize. Greatest of all times. No other name then go call mine. As I dey shanty them not nice. Monday, Talawa. Tuesday, Talawa. Wednesday, Talawa. As long as Nigelaba. And they call me the Godfather. Move like an Italian. Have you ever seen a nigga like moi? Each and every lady wanna give me mwah. When they smoke weed, when they smoke cigar. Now we there, I turn on more. I know two basking Solomon. I get high, adrenaline. You know like me, wallow more. My advice is fun alone. Cause my guys don't follow no. Make the sky start falling down. Dirty my time. I'm still your daddy.
Olele dollar, my pretty Malayami. I'm thinking follow on me. My jetty color, wait your load along on me. And drain the back along on me. What along on me? Wait your love on me. I pray, color on me. Could you go on me? The back along on me. My name is Jesus, one of them. I give you a call on my body, which all of me. Keep to bang as well. Yap, I eat all about. Jiggy jiggy bang, tell him follow me. Wait your love on me. I'm a melu used to go. Palanza bangana matala. I'm a kiss, I'm a cause savannah. Fellas call a gulu taba. Shivirim, she. If you lick a boot, this pussy young a paid. So battle among me, yo.
Monday, Talawa. Tuesday, Talawa. Wednesday, Talawa. As long as Nigelaba. And they call me the Godfather. Move like an Italian.
Olele dollar, my pretty Malayami. I'm thinking follow on me. My jetty color, wait your load along on me. And drain the back along on me. What along on me? Wait your love on me. Wait your love on me. Your love on me. Your love on me. Your love on me. Wait your love on me. Your love on me.
Mad.
Afrobeat, Wizzy, Stop.
Joanna, your busy body busy tonight. Mad. Joanna, making on the dummy tonight. Joanna, your busy body giving me life, oh, hey life, hey. How you do me like Joanna? Joanna. How you do me like Joanna? Joanna. How you gonna do me like Joanna? Joanna. Hey Joanna. Joanna. Ay. Hey. How you gonna play me like Drogba ho? How you gonna do me like Drogba ho? Oh, DJ Drogba ho. DJ Drogba ho. Joanna, your busy body busy tonight. Mad. Joanna, making on the dummy tonight. Joanna, your busy body giving me life, oh, hey life, hey. How you do me like Joanna? Joanna. How you do me like Joanna? Joanna. How you gonna do me like Joanna? Joanna. Hey Joanna.
Stop.
Joanna.
Make a touch your body. Joanna, come make a touch your body. Joanna, give me life, oh. When she dance, see the skin tight, oh, oh, oh. Yeah, I know they lie. Joanna body, I know they lie. And when my baby they dance, everybody my for more. Come baby girl, you know you play me like Drogba, Drogba. You know the star boy play past Drogba, Drogba. Oh, oh, oh. Star boy ball out, ball out. Hey, God I'm sugar, love.
Why you do me like Joanna, Joanna? Why you do me like Joanna, Joanna?
Joanna, give me life,
Joanna, Joanna.
Joanna, give me life,
Joanna. Ay, ay, ay. Hey, how you gonna play me like Drogba, ho? Drogba, ho? How you gonna do me like Drogba, ho? Drogba, ho? Oh, DJ Drogba, ho? Drogba, ho? Hey, DJ Drogba, ho? Drogba, ho? Give it to them, it's up. Give it to them, hey, 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 give it to them, good. Give it to them, hey, give it to them. You know, hey, give it to them, jeez, hey, give it to them.
Where did your fate go? Was I just a fool on my own? If this room was full of lies, is that how you fooled me with love? I see how you changed me. I know what you said. It don't make me hate you. I wish that it did. Trying to find words, trying to make sense. If I don't try, where do I find the lies between the lines? Why does it hurt so much? Won't understand, I can't let this go. Oh, you made plans, now you can't shut me down. Oh, you advanced, but you can't tell them now. No, you can't tell them how. Face the pain while your days are numbered. You took the highway, you've done it always. You hurt this woman, you put your needs first. And I've heard this many times in my head, but it still remains that you had all of this. Oh, you still search for better. No. You fought all of this. You don't even know how bad it got. So much for you, my one and only. You say that you were all mine. You knew that your words were hard to stand by. I was scared to change, so then I complied. Even though it hurt, I stayed, and now I'm glad you have it all. But there's things that you can't buy. Glad that you said sorry, but habits they die hard. Why you wanna offer me love that you don't have? Loving you exhausted me, baby, and you chose. I'll take the high road. I've done it always. Our time is borrowed. There's only one way. You hurt this woman. You put your needs first. It's played down many times in my head, but it still remains that you had all of this. Oh, you still search for better. You fought all of this. You don't even know how bad it got. So much for you, my one and only. So much fear, my one and only. So much fear, my one and only.
Jerusalem, ikayalami, ngilondoloze, uhambenami, zungangishilana. Jerusalem, ikayalami, ngilondoloze, uhambenami, zungangishilana. I'm not perfect, I came from ruthless times as a juvenile. Ilondoloze, Zungangishilana. Look into my eyes, see pain and sacrifice. What's goes on my mind, just trying to survive. Ilondoloze, Zungangishilana. Tomaka hema wuru, oti wuru si wuru. Emi won wa mi ni gboro, toju ko oju o. Mi ani teji soro, time si mi solo. Lati ikoro si boro, down to Ikorodu o.
Yami, ay kolana, buso wami, au kolana. Ilondolose, zuhambe nami. Yami, ay kolana, buso wami, au kolana. Ilondolose, zuhambe nami.
Jerusalem, ikayalami, ilondoloze, uhambenami, zungangishilana. Jerusalem, ikayalami, ilondoloze, uhambenami, Stomach I am a woro, woro. Oti woro, si woro, woro. Emi won wa mi ni gboro, woro. Toju ko oju o. Me and the teju solo. Time you see me solo. Lati ikoro si gboro. Now to Ikorodu o.
Jerusalema ikayalami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana Jerusalema ikayalami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana dawo yami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze zuhambe nami
Stamina with the vibe to the devil say my name. Ibelo wa money, ibelo ngbe. Ogedengbe, kilo de to love me. Abena, be a crowd on be. Shomo 230 for the pool party. Full branding, no be full gazi. White range and black Maserati with the fire go with that anybody. One you want belly wa, akbe bodoriwa. My pretty Jamila, Angelina, I miss Sensibila. Love me jogo koa. Only what's of my G.
We about to go live with our next and final keynote in the next 5 minutes or so. So please, everybody welcome and sit down and yeah.
It was a nabu malu. Asamba ba, echava nabu malu. Asamba bati, ebati meta be manzinte. A be manzinte, eba geta be manzinte. Eba manzinte, hayi meta be manzinte. You manzinte, hayi meta be manzinte. A be manzinte, so meta be manzinte. Ba manzinte. Bayenza babe manzinte, eba manzinte, so menza be manzinte, abe manzinte, so menza be manzinte, asambu malu, eba tipe depends be manzi tripenga gitwante pesquako, how you pay bo mat 2000, actually this umunta kanya pesquako, entombe akichenche me now we fool me the his pesquako, how you kanya bo. Do anyhow, you see me, Lord. I just from Barbados. Make we do, oh yeah, I got you. La do mire do body natural no kai. Talk a lodi Mr. Ebu. boy so fly like veggie blue. I'm on no time, come on, I'm on a go. We do anyhow, try you see me, Lord.
Chilling out in OB's house. Wearing Timberlands and pants too. Somebody said they want to party on a Monday night. Bunga! Wearing Timberlands and pants too. We want to do something sexy for the ladies like this right now.
She said she wanted to be mine. That my cocoa drives her wild. Bad girl from Barbados. Make we do, oh yeah, I got you. Lado, mire, mire,
Excellence. About culture, about connections.
But what good is that if you don't have access to it?
The truth is, for creatives, for entrepreneurs, for young professionals of African descent, access is still the greatest barrier.
Access to capital, access to networks,
access to real opportunities that change lives.
We are done waiting. That's why AFRICON exists.
AFRICON isn't just a party.
It's not just a conference, it's a platform. It's a bridge.
Every panel, every private room, every handshake at AFRICON is designed to close the gap.
I pitched to many investors, but it was at AFRICON where I met funders who looked like me, who understood me and believed in what I was building.
This is how we build Black wealth. This is how we raise the value of African culture.
This is how we change the narrative globally. Because when Africa rises, the diaspora rises. When the diaspora rises, Africa thrives.
AFRICON. The future is ours.
If we build it together.
Everyone talks about Black excellence, about culture, about connections.
But what good is that if you don't have access to it?
The truth is, for creatives, for entrepreneurs, for young professionals of African descent, access is still the greatest barrier.
Access to capital, access to networks,
access to real opportunities that change lives.
We are done waiting. That's why AFRICON exists.
AFRICON isn't just a party.
It's not just a conference, it's a platform. It's a bridge.
Every panel, every private room, every handshake at AFRICON is designed to close the gap.
I pitched to many investors, but it was at AFRICON where I met funders who looked like me, who understood me and believed in what I was building.
This is how we build Black wealth. This is how we raise the value of African culture.
This is how we change the narrative globally. Because when Africa rises, the diaspora rises. When the diaspora rises, Africa thrives.
AFRICON. The future is ours.
If we build it together.
We are the nexus driving growth through the veins of our country. The pipeline of ideas to dreams. Across 36 states, we are planting seeds. North, east, south, and west. From rice mills to plantations, we set the soil ablaze for the sprouting. We manufacture, we take flight. We build, we trade, we connect. Nourish the bellies of our people, give them a backbone, transforming community. We do things different. Never backing down, we scale up. We keep our word. Through 500 tongues, we speak the languages of grit, of drive, of growth, of enterprise. We are indigenous, proudly Nigerian. This is our own. We
Are you guys ready to see D-Banj?
Fidelity.
All right, so we are at the end of the panel for the day, and we are going to be introducing the panelists for the Endowed Legacy, Leadership, and Global Impact of D-Banj. We have the facilitators, Sandra Oba, who's the Chief Partnership Officer of the Motherland, and we have another facilitator, Chidema Nwankwo, co-founder of the Motherland.
And last, but certainly not least, we have a man who is known to be one of the pioneers of Afrobeats, who has made it a global phenomenon. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for D-Banj.
I did, then no fit touch my energy. Agba, abori time. If I no get money, na disability. Baba, so forget me, my shy blocking. My lost out, ready for one cow. Agba pia cow. My updates go late power. One late, one power. Take them to Yankao. My love, I'm a batch of suwako and shower.
Chilling out in OB's house. Wearing Timberlands and
Hello.
Somebody said they want to party on a Monday night.
Shall we? Okay. Hello, hello, hello. We got the bunch in the building. I need y'all to get louder than that. I said we have Mr. Coco Master in the building. Woo! Thank you guys so much for coming today. Today we want to honor the legendary D'banj for all that he's done, spanning a 20-year career and so much more. So we're really excited to get you guys started. My name is Sandra Albo. I'm Chief Partnerships Officer at Motherland. This is my partner.
My name is Chidima Wanko, and I'm a co-founder and MD at Discover Motherland with Sandra.
Where do we even start?
Do you need an introduction?
For me?
Coco, Coco.
Everybody knows that you got to. Usinawata burogara ya one. Importer. I'm the bunch. Or ski bunch like my Jamaican friends call me. Capella like my South Africans call me. Mensa like my Ghanaians call me. Frike like my Liberians call me. I kind of have a name in every African country I've been to. Wow. And then with South Africa, Jamaica, ski bunch. South Africa, Capella. Ghana, Mensa. And Kenya, Frike. Who's that? Tanzania. What from Miluko? Yeah, they gave me a name, actually, this year. I hosted the Trace Awards in Zanzibar. Beautiful place, by the way. That's in Tanzania. If you haven't been to Africa, you are missing out. Yes, how do you get to Zanzibar? That's why we're here. With AFRICON and the motherland, we're going to take you to where? The motherland. Okay, so I was there. Please, GM, let me check that name that Simba gave me. Inyere. That's a good one. So Diamond Platinum gave me a name. Inyere. One. As they call me in Tanzania. So I hope I've answered your question. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Well, how about we get straight to it?
We already started.
Okay. So, D'banj, looking back to 2004, 2006, that's a long time ago. You were a baby. You're still a baby. What were your biggest challenges starting as an Afro beats pop artist in Nigeria?
2004?
2004, 2006.
2004. To 6. Challenges.
Challenges, oh.
That's the challenges now. You know, I was thinking, and each time they ask me this question, I say to them that, yes, 2004 to 2006, that was the inception. That's when we went back to Nigeria and just got on our grind. And challenges are the same as you would see everyone or every young emerging talent, creative, that believes in themselves, that has nobody to invest or don't know how to get access to funding or just don't even know how to go about it. So if you're talking about the challenges, that was like where we had to navigate and make a path for ourselves because there was no one to like literally look at. So I like that. I like that answer.
So for you, you had to make your own path. Now, 20 years later, artists have a different experience. What do you feel like is the changing force for artist discovery now? And what have you learned over your journey?
Oh, you know, I don't think any artists now have a different path. It's just that they have maybe a simpler way to show it, and they have examples. Yeah. We never had anyone to look at and say, oh, wow. Like, especially when it comes to content monetization. Yeah. And they say, oh, wow, see, they did this, they did that, so we could do it. So we had to. But I'm glad today it's what we saw as a dream that is, in fact, the reality, and I'm glad to be alive.
Perfect. Let's talk about, is it CREAM, cream?
Oh, yeah.
Do you guys know about cream?
No, everybody got cream.
Let's talk about it, its inception, the creation, because we look at all that you have done over the past 20 plus years, and now you're a formidable force in this space, entering technology, entertainment, media, and so forth. Would love for you to share with this audience about the platform.
It's a journey. I think I had an interview about 2 weeks ago, and they asked me what gave birth to Cream. And I said it's everything that I've been through, like coming from being not just an artist, but also a label owner, to trying to understand where the world was going to go to, and going through the problems that creatives go through. I agreed to come because I love the brains behind AFRICON. But usually for me, I said I was a bit tired of us talking. I like action. And for us in Africa, one thing that we've missed out is telling our story, connecting with ourselves, and understanding that the power has always been with us. So thinking about having another record label right after running one of the biggest with my wonderful ex-partner, Don Jazzy. Shout out to Don Jazzy.
Shout out to John Jazzy.
For me as an artist, now only me if you talk and we go work.
Yeah, okay.
Let me first talk on that thing for 2004.
Four. See?
That time. And today everybody know it's Don Jazzy again. Aha. So when you talk, you go manifest. You understand?
Yes.
But right after, for me, I thought as an artist, 1 minute you're here, 1 minute you're there, you're flying around. I didn't want another record label. I thought about a platform. I didn't even know the world was going to go this digital. I think it was only Twitter. Abi? Which one they get? Twitter?
Twitter, Facebook.
Yes, that Twitter and Facebook. Yes, Twitter and Facebook that time. But for me, I wanted something somewhere I could connect, whether I'm in Atlanta or I'm in Lagos, where we could all connect. And the fact that if you didn't come to Lagos as an emerging talent in Nigeria, for you to make it, blessing are only Style Plus. I didn't make them. We come from Abuja. We don't live in Lagos. Every other person had to move to Lagos. But I know that the amount of talents that we have, in Nigeria, if there's a way as an artist, I could even touch you before coming to meet you. I could render the services that God has sent me to do. So that's where Cream came from. And I knew that what works in the music is kind of an ecosystem. You know, you can't be a real mega superstar without a great fashion sense, however how weird. You can't be a rock star if you're not into the reality part of it. You can't be faking it. So that's where Cream came from, and that's creative, reality, entertainment, arts, and music. A digital platform that is for literally talent discovery and content monetization. That was the brain behind it. And so I had to think how best to reach my people. And I think that was 2012. And I realized that, okay, it was through your mobile phone. So then I approached one of the biggest telcos in Africa, if not the biggest, MTN. And then they told me I had to get myself a VAS license from the NCC. So I went through all that process so that I could be able to connect to the talent. And so we launched on a digital platform. I'm glad today that where we are is actually, I told my teammates that I actually understand now clearly why God took us through the path. Because Cream is 9 years old now. I'm going to be 10 next year. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I must greet you all specially, but for this talk, technically, you get me now. This is a tech conversation. So I finally understand why, because now we're sitting and we have access to over 80 million people just through your mobile phone. And in every household today, there is one or two creators right now in the ecosystem. So there's no better time to be able to reach you through a dedicated platform and everything easy, especially how distracting and hard it is out there. Thank you.
I love it. So I think a lot of people in this space might be interested to know your thoughts as far as Cream and how it will help creatives, whether that's artists, musicians, et cetera, with...
Okay, beautiful. We started from an era where record label studios were padded rooms, where for you to record a hit record, you needed to book a beautiful studio where once you do hoo-hoo, everybody go, yeah, hey, for that. Fast forward to today where you can make a hit record right now in your hotel room. The world for talent is access to funding, access to the easiest things that I need, especially right now where I can create by myself, or most of the greatest records, you know, when they were creating them, they didn't know they were going to be great records. They probably didn't even have that much. But today, it's become the greatest records because of all the machineries that has been put within. So as long as talents and creatives can get access to those, I believe that that's going to make it easier. So our mentality has to change from the old into understanding that the power is with us and the future is actually direct to fans. You know, not relying on someone else. You go directly to your fans. You feel that you love your product. You taste it, you like it. You do all the normal thing. You sell it directly to your people. That is the future. That is why we love Aba Market and Alaba Market. It's direct. So the future for Cream, which we're launching in a couple of weeks, which is exciting for me and our partners, especially some of them in the house, is the fact that whether you are from Nigeria or you're from Tanzania, Zambia, you don't need to wait for anybody. Whether you're a musician or you're a fashion designer, you go direct to your fans, DIY, do it yourself. I think that's the future, and that's why we're here. Oh, and that's what cream is, by the way, so for those of you that know.
Perfect. So you mentioned resources funding. Can you speak to the recent equity acquisition from AFRICON Bank? Because they're now partnered with you guys. How do you guys see that partnership going in the future?
Oh, no, you cannot do anything without funding. You know, even the Bible says money answereth all things. So funding has always been the biggest issue for us as creatives and as entrepreneurs. Harder for us that are also entertainers and upfront, because you walk into the room, they take a picture with you, they say, how are you? They call their sisters, some call their family members, before knowing why you're there. Then when they say, okay, so the badge, why are you here? And I say, I need funding for this, my cocoa. They say, you have collateral? and for me, I think that was one of my biggest issues, where I believe that the intellectual property is my biggest collateral. And for us to be able to ascertain that, to make the financial institution understand how bankable we are, was the biggest issue. And that was my focus for maybe the last 9 years behind CRIM. And so, looking at AFRICON Bank, who is Africa, not Nigeria, not Zambia, Ghana, is for Africa. So it's Africa Export and Import Bank, based out of Cairo. And you look at today, where content is the biggest export. Whereas when we're growing up, it was crude oil. And the kind of structures that they have for those in the oil and gas industry to access funding was so not that straightforward, but much easier with a piece of paper. But with all your projects, you will not get funding except you have the right thing in our industry. So that was something that bothered me. And the outgoing president of AFRICON Bank, President Benedict Orama, I call him the giant behind the giants of Africa, because when you look at the amount of countries, businesses, businesses that would fast and pray before you take your proposal to them, and you see that these are the people that have supported them. And you say, oh, do you have anything for the creative industry? And they say they have $3 billion for Africa for us to access. Since, I think it was $2 billion in 2018 when I first found out. Now they've added $1 billion to it. But how many people have accessed the money? I used to think like others on the other side that says audio money. But it's not. It's just that we have not been able to gather ourselves enough and structure ourselves enough to be able to access those funds. So working with AFRICON Bank for me was to make sure that a war chest, which has been created, because if you look at those that are investing in, if I pick the music industry today, I don't want to mention any labels, but the labels that you see globally here that everybody rushes to have their own AFRICON banks, giving them the money at such a low interest rate that all they need is for one person to sell in the next, is 1 year and they're good. But we didn't have that 20 years ago. To know that because of all the work that we've done in the industry, everybody has contributed their quota. Now the industry is bankable enough to have a $3 billion fund for Africa by Africa, then I'll be damned if we are not chopping that. And that's what AFRICON Bank brings. They've sponsored, I think they're one of the sponsors of this event. They've sponsored everyone, but beyond the sponsorship, now you don't need to sell your rights into the second slave trade world, your IP, your everything for $1. You can come to Africa and access the money through Crème de la Crème. Thank you very much.
I think it's definitely something you touched upon is the power of community connectivity in order to be able to equip almost the future of Africa and what Cream is positioned to do. We definitely see that, like you said, crude oil was one of the biggest exports out of Nigeria. Now we're seeing creativity take shape, and that's transforming tourism in the country. People are coming, millions of people are coming into Nigeria every year. And when we look at Nigeria, when we look at Africa, we believe Nigeria is the motherland, right? It's the heartbeat of the continent. Sorry for those who may disagree, but when you hear the term motherland, what does it mean to you? And being in Atlanta, one of the hubs of the diaspora, what would you say to those who may not have experienced the motherland for themselves?
The motherland. The motherland, I think that, look at Wakanda, brother. But that's what they try to portray as Wakanda.
Yeah.
And when Oyebodo already look your side, call her something, then you know now. And so the motherland is everything that we are as Africans, from our music, from our content, from our lifestyle, from our fashion. I think that's why we strive. You know, the motherland is our music is beyond just singing. You see it, you believe, you know.
Absolutely.
Good. The food, the movies, you even forget the business. You talk to us, you know the motherland is here.
Yes.
You understand? We don't fake it. Those that fake it, they know. So for those of you that might perhaps not have been to the motherland or been in touch with the motherland, because you can be from there and then your journey takes you to another place, but when you enter somewhere, they know that somebody that knows his roots is here. You understand? Somebody that understands where they're going. So for me, motherland, that's what it means to me. And for me, I'm excited about what you guys are doing, and even the name, that's why I said, oh wow, there's a connection.
Yeah.
Because if you don't know where you're going, you probably will not know, or if you don't know where you're from, you don't know how to navigate. And so the motherland is for us all. It's Africa. I just told you guys, if you're in the creative industry, you have $3 billion in the motherland waiting for you. And if you check every other vertical of the industries, and you'll be able to access funds from the motherland, Africa. Africa is the future. Africa has 1 billion people, right? How many people? In Nigeria alone, almost 250 million.
Yeah. That's a lot of us.
And 60% are youth.
Yep.
In the Jesus Christ. I was telling someone, they say 1 million stream is how much in America?
Like 3,000 something.
In America?
Yeah, it's a lot more.
In Nigeria, 1 million stream with Nigerian subscription, I think it's $400. That's less than $1 million now.
Yeah.
And in America, it's 3,000. Let me dash you 10,000. So that's the naira 15 million. You need to come to the motherland. That's where the money is. Because for 1 million downloads in Nigeria, I've said this before, you'll make triple your money. I'm not talking about streaming. I'm talking about through full track download with maybe MTN or callback ringtone. You will make more money in Nigeria for 1 million downloads than you would make when they add all together. And so when I see podcasts and I see shows where they are complaining and they're saying that we in Nigeria, we don't have the GDP to support our industry, that's why I say to them that you guys don't understand. That's what we need to be talking about. We don't need help. From who? Who help us?
Nobody.
We don't need no help from anybody. I don't like all this kind of thing, like I said, we need help. What we need is for us to look at what we have and connect back home. For those that are doing it, as AFRICON is doing it, next thing now, they should be able to publish and say, okay, at the end of this show, we have interest of 3,000 people that want to go home. How can we connect? So we have Fidelity Bank, they give some discount for tickets. You have AFRICON Bank, they cover you on some things. You connect. That's the future. And then when you get home, you see products and you, oh no, I'll be with you. Come on, conference. That's the future. Don't let them look like you. Just stop this pity act for us as Africans. We don't need to be pitied. Stop it, please. It's annoying. Super annoying. Not even talking about 2004 when we had no global something. I don't they chop the money since that time. Now you got to be saying, I'm going to need money. What? There was no streaming. There was nothing that time. We already had all the Rolls Royces and everything in the same country. Fully paid for, no credit. You're talking about how many years? And still till today. And you say you need help, diaspora, connect back home. Now that you guys have, some good cash flow, try and connect with the ones that are transparent. If it's real estate you want, if it's energy, you connect. If it's music, creative, you do that. Or do not think that you are don't think you're sending money to help. It's a lie. Help your family, then help yourself. The structure is there. You even have better structures, better cash flow, partner with someone back home, tap into the revenues that are there, and please, let's build our
Come to motherland, right?
I know that you don't understand what I'm saying.
Saying come home.
You guys understand?
You come 30 December. What's 30 day if we're not spending billions in dollars? You think because they're calling in naira, you cannot convert it.
Thank you so much. So we want to close this by thanking the bunch for speaking with us.
Thank you.
We want to invite everybody to come to Dirty December for the Motherland Festival.
I like that. So there's going to be a Motherland Festival. No wonder I don't talk this Motherland since. I
Yes,
don't know so today. Now listen, I want to be a part of that.
You are.
Let Cream.
We're going to shake on it.
Let Cream. No. Me, I know the waste time. Let Cream support 9 people, since we are 9 years. Let Cream support 9 people that want to connect back, the motherland through your platform. And we do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, wow. They show me my perfume, Sha.
So everyone can smell like you?
Huh?
I said, can everyone smell like you?
Oh, yeah. So I'm talking about the future, and like I said, the future is here. This is for us, by us. When you know that you have your market to be able to go directly to your fans that believe in you, however how many there are, and you can build an ecosystem such as they've done globally in the only place that is still left to be done. We have maybe 1/3 of the arable land in Africa. We have the biggest, creative industry, whether it's on fashion, whether it's on this. Collaboration is the new competition.
Yep.
You don't need to sing to be stressing forever. You don't need to do more than what you are doing. You don't need no miracle. It's already here. The only miracle is for God to connect you to the right people, and that's why we're here. But, so, this is my new perfume. It's called Oshe by the Bunch.
Wonderful.
And it means thank you, by the way, just to appreciate my fans. And for me, the amount of demand and what, we've not even gone public, or we've not sold, but just the amount that we've been able to generate, the feedback we've been able to get. I was looking at the numbers the other day and I said to myself that the music actually gets you into the room.
Yeah.
What you do when you get into the room is up to you. And I'm glad that I learned that a long time ago. So for my Africans that are young, that are creative, please partner with the right people and monetize the content God has given you. And so I was supposed to give this out or something? Okay, we'll go get to who? This is on hard though. Only cocolet. Oh, I gotta get. Wait. Mamalet, GM, you cannot give one out to a cocolet and not give a mamalet. You have to get ready like mamalet and, yes, please. Oh, but what's really rare? Oh, so for me, babe. My phone was straight. Okay, so mamalet, I'm going to come to you. Let them give us one for the cocolet so that we'll give 3. Let's give 3 perfumes out and then to one, sitting at 3 rows, I see. I mean, at 4 rows. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then just smell it and then tell me.
Do you have
when
it
you
on
walk.
right now?
Oh, yes.
Smells amazing.
It smells amazing.
Smells amazing.
Oh, thank you very much. At least when you walk now, they say you smell good. What you wearing? I'm the badge. What should say? I should say the price. I don't know. How much is the price? How much? You give a discount. No discount. You must give us discount. If you're there, you must give us discount. So I want to give one on each row.
Okay.
No. You're not going to just pick at random. That's like, you see, that's why I don't like Instagram. When I post, help me, is there. We don't even know who is real. We don't know who is AI. We don't know who really wants it. We don't know who really deserves it, you know? So, I don't know how we're going to do this, but we're going to do it in a great way. And if you want to buy, you can go and meet them on that corner afterwards. But maybe when I'm performing, bang, bang, I want to perform. If you want me to perform, if you are still sitting down, correct. Set music for me now. When I'm performing, it's not a show, as you can see. Feel free to join us on stage. And then feel free to show yourself. I'll be looking from left to right. And I will choose, we have 3. 1, 2, 3. If you are ready now for me, when I say don't get it twisted, love is a beautiful thing. Oh, we can leave on there. Oh, yeah. They can't make me feel say, now people with there, no, they okay. Let's enjoy the show now. Ushe?
Don't get it twisted, love is a beautiful thing. It's done jazzy again.
Ushe? I like that. It looks like you're the one for my perfume. Ushe, Ushe, Ushe. If you're ready right now, let me hear you go one time. Mama, you done make me fall in love. Me boss. Let's go, falling. We suppose marry cause she done make me fall in love. Oh, she fall in love, oh, falling. Oh my God, I want to leave this side. Hey, my sweet potato, I don't understand though, cause I just see well, but you see how she did so. You are the. I cannot deny you. I wanna make you my wife. Okay, see, I never thought. I will capture my heart and there's nothing I can do. Listen, I used to lie to myself that I'll always be your player. Cause since I set my eyes on you, oh shit, falling, falling. Me go, we suppose marry cause she don't make me fall in love. Fall in love, oh, hey, My sugar banana, as I don't get you, if I say mega, me I not be wait to make you come follow me, make we go see ma. For better for worse, so we go there together in any kind of weather. See, I know the joke, send na through and the talk now. Please, my friend, they ask me, say, me and tell them, say,
See, I used to lie to myself that I love me, but since I set my eyes on you, you make me falling. Oh shit, falling, falling. Yeah. Hey, we supposed to marry cause she don't make me fall in love. Oh shit, fall in love, oh, fall in love, oh. Oh shit, Bangali. Oh shit, Banga. Oh my God! I see you from the back there. Let me see you now. Oh shit. Oh, all I want to do. I just want this one to do. You don't make me fall in love. Hey, fall in love. Fall in love. Oh, marry cause she don't make me fall in love. Oh shit, fall in love. Fall in love. Fall in love. Oh, you don't make me fall in love. Fall in love. Fall in love, oh, cause she don't make me fall in love. Fall in love, fall in love, fall in love, oh. Listen, I want, I two. Hey mama, hey mama, hey mama, hey mama, hey mama, oh. But you know you make me fall in love, oh. Hey mama, hey mama, hey mama, hey mama, oh. You know you make me fall in love. Hey, mama. Hey, mama. Oh. Girl, you know you make me fall in love. Oh. So that perfume is going to that coconut over there, I see. Mix me some nice music since I see my people are lighting me now. Oh, shit. Banga. Bangali. Oh shit. Suddenly. We are suddenly. Go. Stand so fire and she's calling me. And she's bugging me. All day long she's bugging me. She goes, hey, Ori. She goes, hey, Ori. She goes, hey, oh, please. So the girls them like me, cause I give them the cocoa my saying. The cocoa my saying. They go holla me. Make I give them the cocoa my saying. The cocoa my saying. Say cocoa master, which is sweet like cake I say. Cake I say. They've seen so many girls, but none of them be like me. Just say I'm on the sea. So for your eye, I'll be JJC. They walk up for me, but come no see. Go boss it, my head too strong for them. As they cook me, and because I flash when the girls them come, and the three them find cook me. That never used to happen like this. But now then, I love it. I love that. I say now that. I love it. We go from New York, Lagos. We are suddenly stepping the pepper, loving me. Standing so fire, they're touching me. I can feel the fingers rubbing me. She's calling me. Late in the night, she's bugging me. All day long, she's stopping me. And all this happens. She goes, hey, she goes, hey, she goes, hey, thank you. Make some noise for yourself, this beautiful girl. You know, wait now. The way we do it in Africa, in the motherland, before we start doing all this party, we usually pray. But because the Spirit just led us, I just started. I started performing even before my band got here. So let us pray properly. Bangali, banga, banga, Hands in the air now, 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 hands in the air now. I'll start it off one like this. In case you don't know, hello ma, hello ma, hello ma, hello ma. Put a neighbor down. Oh show you, hello ma, hello ma, hello ma. Put a neighbor. A one, a two, a three, go. Some people they want make a cry, some people they pray make a die. Why? Hello my girl. Some people they pray make a slow, some people no want make a grow. Oh no. Hello my girl. Help me sing it out. Hello my girl, hello my girl, hello my girl, hello my girl. Ho 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 ho. Hello, Maja. Hello, Maja. Hello, Maja. Hello, Maja. Could I need Maja? Different people take this walk. Do this one. Some don't like me, while some show me love. Show me love. Some don't go let you drink water, drop cup. The one puts on some for my hand. But he no walk, he no walk. Tell me why you wanna run me down. Tell me why you wanna see me frown. Tell me why you wanna take my crown. Tell me sisters on them. Answer. No weapon fashioned against you. A one, a two. Some people they want make a cry. Some people they pray make a die. Why? Hello, my girl. Some people they pray make a slow. Some people they want make a grow. Hello, my girl. Help me sing it out. Hello, Maja. Hello, Maja. Hello, Maja. Hello, Maja. Could I need Maja? Hello, Maja. Hello, Maja. Hello, Maja. Hello, Maja. Banga, banga, banga. Oh, holy. That coconut. Where you from? Ah.
Abia said.
Oh my God. What's the name? Yeah. Importer. Jebo, if I want to come for the east, then I want to the east. I'm going to move me. What's it? Bagali. What's it? What's it? What's it? Pepe. The Pancho, the Banja, the Pancho, everybody came. Big with the Coco, the Pancho, the Banja, the Pancho, the Banja, everybody came. Banja, Big with the Coco. Listen, the first time I go to Jamaica, the people that they call me Ski Band. First time I go to Ghana, the people that they call me Insa. First time I go to South Africa, the people that they call me Capella. But when I reach Poland, come in dash. What's in the water? What's in the water? What's in the water? How many times do they give me? Oh my, help me sing say, what's in the water, bro? How many times do they give me? Ho ho, hey. They're gonna have to say, Igwe. I say Igwe. Oh, the Pancho, everybody came. Igwe the Coco, the Pancho, everybody came. Jebo, hold on. Pepe. I see this guy. I see two. I see three. I'm confused. I see one guy. I give him perfume straight. You are confusing me, mama. From a baby let to the mama let. Jebo, for me, go to my guide. Move baby let. Move pony. Make some noise for DJ Obi on there. Who will give this perfume? Best dancer. Is it for the best dancer? Oh. You go and do that. You go and do that. Talk to you now. Told you before. Oh, my God. Listen. Hand the bunch. Oh, shit. Baby, tell me what's your name. Tell me what's your number. Is it me or something else? Cause your back has seen a thunder. You're driving me insane. Yeah. You mess with my medulla. I'm not gonna let you go in vain. I wanna catch you now forever. Oh, emergency, you never see me coming through.
Emergency, you never see me coming.
Emergency, you never see me coming through. Oh God.
Emergency, you never see me coming. Bang barubu, rubu rubu rabu.
Bang barubu rubu,
rubu rubu rabu.
Go mama.
Bang barubu rubu, rubu rubu rabu.
Go mama.
Bang barubu
rubu. Ha ha.
Baby, come to the floor. Baby, come to the floor.
Baby, show to the floor. Baby, show to the floor. Baby, tell me what to do.
Yeah.
I pay yes to 2.
Yeah.
Now I'm looking all confused.
Yeah.
From back you look like this. Oh yeah, oh. You want no more Tawari, oh, the Tira Moripe, Shipa money, cover Pocata, Egbon said, emergency, you never see me coming through. And he says, emergency, you never see me. Never. What do you think you go left? You go right, you go mama. Robo. Oh mama. Bang bang. Robo. You go mama. Bang bang. Robo. Ha. You go mama. Bang bang. Money like bad robot. Baby. You go mama. Show to the floor. Okay, God, listen. See. Ach. Chugete. Over shallow. Oh, Tigete. Over shallow. Over shallow. Ha! Emergency, you never see me coming. Mama, let's run. And he says, emergency, you ever see me coming. Okay. Go mama, baby, come to the floor. Baby, come to the floor. Baby, show to the floor. Baby, show to the floor. Robo. You go mama. You go mama. Robo. You go mama. J-boy. Switch the next one. Make some noise for yourself now. I'm the bunch. Oh shit. Come on back. Give it to me. Give it to me. Keep it to me. Give it to me. Shit. Oh shit. Oh yeah, come on. Yeah. Baby, come on. Oh, hey. I know you wanna Ricky. Give me now. I said your body is calling, my body responding. There's something inside me that's wanting your love. So let's cut the front and get this shit poppin'. I'm ready when you are, 'cause baby, you. When I look into your eyes, I can tell you that the guy that could make you satisfied. A bad guy, we gon' make it to the holla. Make it to the holla, like we 6 in a mala. We gon' make you strike a pose, touch your toes, speak your tongues. Like a querere. Keep it to me. Oh shit. Oh shit, oh shit. Ah, mo ti rí ọ̀fun bẹ̀ fún. Mo ti rí ọ̀fun bẹ̀ fún. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, come on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Baby, come on. Ho, ho, hey, hey. I know you wanna. Hey, no. Okay, no. Hit me. Chillin' now in OB's house. Eddie Timberland from head. Ooh, whichever it is. Obi. Make some noise for. Oh my God. Make some noise for DJ Obi on deck. She said she wanted to be mine. That my cocoa drives the wine. So tell me why me? Why me? You try me. Tell me why me? Tobali, qui les fait wasson, qui les fait washer. T'as le fait solo, t'as le fait wade. Wado pombo, I want to my pop. Ni bibi, we was bibi. Checking by solo, ko waba wa ni bibi. Emi ati ma police wa beni bibi. Babe. Tobali, qui les fait wasson, qui les fait washer. T'as le fait solo, t'as le fait wade. Wado pombo, I want to my pop. Ni bibi, we was bibi. Checking by solo, ko waba wa ni bibi. Me and my police are whopping. Obi. I'm the bunch. We can do it all day. We can do it all night. But me like let's do it all right. That's when she said I'm the bunch. We can do it all day. We can do it all night. Two. I want 2 chocolates. I said I want a 2. My police are make a call quick, make a come, make a choose a 2. Mega man, let's talk. Mini, money, moon, chance, hold up. Paolo, she share. She said she wanted to be mine. That my cocoa drives the wine. Why me, why you? Why me, why you? Why me, why you? Oh my God. Tobali, qui les veut wasson, qui les veut washer. T'as le fait solo, t'as le fait wade. Wado pombo, on tient ma corps. Ni bibi, we was bibi. Checking by solo, ko waba wa ni bibi. Emi ati ma police wa bibi. Babe. Tobali, qui les veut wasson, qui les veut washer. T'as le fait solo, t'as le fait wade. Wado pombo, on tient ma corps. Ni bibi, we was bibi. Checking by solo, ko waba wa ni bibi. Emi ati ma police wa bibi. We say banga, we wanna party. We say, we wanna party. Over here say banga, we wanna party. We say banga. Check this. If they don't sample, you sample yourself. If they don't sample, you sample yourself. Hey yo, make some noise for the band in the building tonight. Check. Ooh, why you do it like that? Let's go! Yes, sir. Make some noise for DJ Obi again. Yes, set the day. Thank you, my brother. Just for that one try. Trip. I have the confession. Don't take it personal. I have a confession. So you gotta listen. I have a confession. Don't take it personal. I have a confession. So you gotta listen. Say I like Beyonce. I like a Nicki. Why? I like Rihanna. She did it. I like a Motola. Yeah. She's so sweet. Another one.
Yeah.
She know the thing that come up,
But you know,
you cannot
let me know.
I wanna have them more. I know it's wrong, but the truth is that I just
Oliva, sweet.
I'm just
Oliva, sweet.
I'm just I'm just another Eva. How about that? Hold on, no. Let's see, Eva. You got a secret, but I think I know it. You wanna let it out, let me call you out. You like to do. I know you like to punch. You like a two baba, and you like Pani Pupa. And I know you love your son, but you know the singing song. God as much you know, I do not blame you too. You wanna have them all. You know it's wrong, but the truth is that you're just them. Fidelity. Against it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I love you. Hey, why you call me shaky bum bum? When you know, say you will get the bum bum. Hey, oh yeah, shaky bum bum. Cause for this girl, do you want shaky bum bum?